Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Major bands, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now. Okay. Papa yellow the film. One day Ikilaya. Mama Mosina Wabetogo Kwa. Akanama Mutelumba. Owe Butike. Akanilu Nebutilo Wanemo. Atawake Yadika Kwaya Toma.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow me, my brother. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I go drop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. Refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, they can bring up. You really move, I really master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I will show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master.
And there it is, right there. So there it is right there. You be the Mugun, I be the master. How about that? How would you like that? You be the Mugun and I'll be the master. So there it is. You be the Mugun, I'll be the master of that. Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? The platform has been somewhat skittish. I don't think I've been out over the last 4 days, but that's just the nature of where we are at the moment. It's just it's not from willing, It's just that the moments don't open till later and later in the day, and then sometimes I'm just too tired to take it on. So you can tell sometimes when I force it, I can barely just wait to get out of the thing. So sometimes when the moment passes, then we just have to abandon it. But hopefully that doesn't happen with too much frequency. So how are you? I hope you missed me. I doubt if you did. But there it is. What holiday is it? What do you mean happy holiday? Where are you holidaying? I'm not aware that there's any holiday, but good to see you Uforma Michael. Good to see you, Ratel family as well. That is Princess Rosie joining us on our Facebook. So say hello as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge. I can acknowledge you and say hello back. I think we got a previous hello from Choma right there, encouraging you to click on the like button. And then we got Adewale Olusegun saying hello as well. Well, by way of making a comment. So do that as you are coming in. Say hello, and then I'll acknowledge you and say hello back. So all that. So that is Ajani Oribayo right there. Good to see you, Ajani. That's you don't get more Yoruba than Ajani. That's a real from the interior sort of Yoruba name. So good to see you. Keep saying hello in the comment section so I can notice your presence and say hello back. So good day to you. Good to be your company or that. The politics never stops, even if we take a moment away from discussing it. But the politics certainly never stops. So the politics never stops, and I was going to say, and we never stop as well. But of course, that the events over the last few sessions has shown to the contrary. But good to be back. Good to be your company of that. So the protocol still remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, I'm going to send it again. There's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. And then as soon as I've finished fleshing out the topics of discussion, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So nothing more complex, nothing more complicated than that. It's as easy as wiping your behind. So all that. Share, subscribe. I want to see people sharing. I want to see people sharing it on all of the platforms that we're broadcasting to. We don't see sufficient enough sharing of the streams, and that is one of the key drivers of growth. If you share the link, then of course, by extension, then more people are aware of what we're doing, and then more engagement and all that. And the more the engagement, the more we go up the YouTube algorithm. So share the links. I have to start pushing you towards doing that now. I'm not quite sure why people are not sharing it. It doesn't take that much of a. There's an arrow on the YouTube space. If you click on it, it will tell you how to share the link. So just share the links just as right there. So I'm also sharing the links as I'm speaking. That's why I'm a bit slow in my wording. Let's just okay. Let's leave that for the moment. So like, share, subscribe. All that, and of course, super chat to us to stream as well. That's Sake right there calling us a propaganda platform. We only speak truth here. That you see, that's the thing actually, because these people have lived so much in that funk that they've always lived in. They don't actually know the coloration of truth anymore. But what you will get on this platform is you will get the truth, what's and all, the criticisms of the government, and an acknowledgement of the progress, all of that discussed here. So he has not done anything. What has he done? Tinubu is the worst president. That's the evidence doesn't even good to see you. That's a favor a pay. That's still Princess Rosie. That's Uche right there. I'm not going to attempt your first name. So the evidence don't even align with your propaganda. If you are talking about propaganda, it's the pit of its face, of course. He has not done anything. The country is falling apart. The country is not falling apart. Investors are streaming into the country. The foreign reserve of the country is the highest it's ever been under this democratic dispensation. The building blocks that the country needs to put in place in order to lever growth are all being put in place. The tax reform bill that have put then governance directly, effectively in the hands of not the tax reform bill, so even that as well, but the local government financial autonomy that places governance directly at its most impactful point with the local government. and it gives them the weaponry, which is the finance, to actually effect impact. This has been done under this administration. They've been trying to rescue that financial autonomy for the local government from the states since the beginning of the Fourth Republic. As far back as the first term of Obasanjo's administration, they've been trying to rescue financial autonomy for local government and they've only succeeded in doing it now. So that's a milestone right there. That's a quantum leap, and that is a progressive move as well. Because then, of course, your local government chairman, chairperson, they all live within the vicinities of your surroundings. So they are more, accountable. You can address them more because you shop at the same market, you cut your hair at the same barber, you and your local. So that one is a quantum leap. The Lagos Calabar Badagry Sokoto super highways, those are the most impactful, most progressive economic generating projects not taking place in Nigeria but taking place in Africa. That's one of the biggest, most impactful projects taking place anywhere in the world in terms of its potential transformational impact. The Lagos Calabar Superhighway, it traverses 10 states, 10, and those 10 states are the pork belly part of the Nigerian economy. That's the money belt of the country right there. So it opens it up, it expands that economy, which in one fell swoop will quadruple the net worth of that country just in terms of the economic activity that facilitates. So that's a quantum leap right there. The Sokoto Badagry Superhighway, which is gathering pace, they've already done about 20 kilometers and is fast tracking very rapidly. That's one of the most impactful projects going on in Africa. The Nel Fund, we've talked about that endlessly. The tax bill, which is one of the most inspiring policy positions that the country has ever adopted. The increase in electricity generation, the ebbing back, the abating of it, all of these things. So you cannot say that Tinubu is not having an impact. All of those things I'm describing, by the way, 2.5 years. 2.5 years, that's what he has done. So, and he bought private jet, and he brought a yacht. You carry on with that now. But the more those policies and projects continue to compound, the more those policies and projects, the more they continue to compound, and the compounding of it, of course, is the impact it will start to have. Do you remember when Tinubu brought about, was it 4,000 or 6,000 specialized agricultural equipment to stabilize the agricultural space and give us food security? So when all of these things starts to compound, and the compounding of all of these things is the impact it starts to have on the citizenry, it will be impossible. And all of these things will happen before 2027, by the way. The compounding of all of these policies and projects, they will happen before 2027. It will be impossible. Even the most ardent Okrika from the deepest depths of Igbo land, it will find it difficult to continue with the jingoism. Impossible. It will be impossible to carry on. The electricity generation has already improved to the point that everybody is acknowledging it. Nobody is talking about ebbing power anymore because the price of food is dropping at a rapid rate. The Lagos Calabar Superhighway, they are already about 200 kilometers deep in terms of, they are doing it in parties because there are, in terms of the topography of that place, there are certain portions that you have to do some workings on it, let it sit for about 4-6 months before you then grade it up. But in terms of the stretch and reach of that project so far, is already around about 200 kilometers. And the more and more it starts to come together, it will be and the impact immediately visible, it will be impossible for you to say it's a bad idea. We already say that it is impossible for you to carry on with the Nel Fund. Do you remember when they announced the Nel Fund? They told us it was a scam, it was a lie. They just wanted to use it to steal money. All the students are coming out now. So that's compounding right there. That is what they mean by compounding. When the thing starts to have the effect that is intended to, that is when it compounds. Then it becomes impossible, even for the most hardened okrika from the back or beyond, to say that it's not doing anything. But we'll see how that plays out. And I wasn't even going to start like that, but it was this Sake or whatever he calls himself that got me in that direction. Let me play a little bit of music just to cleanse that space, and then we carry on.
This is guy where they dance, where they with the leather jacket. No be yori yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, they like say your head is on God. He said he dey feel the way I just dey go, the flow is low. He said he don't they feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say when I bad. Who be this your fine baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say me self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact 101, did they get them now? Or this your girl she fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody done they feel am, they know say he bad. Everybody done they see them, know say yes he do. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God, you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hanging. It's not like they come, you know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving her.
All right. So that was to reset. Let's just get started, shall we? Let's get started, and we kick it off with the headline piece. So this is El Rufai now, who is the most curious of human beings. This short little stump from Kaduna North, you know. So it is the most curious of creatures out there. And actually, let me start it off with this. Do you remember when he went on in the media space? This is where do you remember when he went on the media space and told us he never pays bandits? That and of course, as early as just 3-4 years ago, he was on Channel TV telling us that he was telling the whole world that he was paying bandits. So he's just a ridiculous guy. But what led El Rufai to this rather headless chicken running around that he's doing? This is the start of what we are now seeing with El Rufai. So let's pick it up from here.
I represent Kogi West. My Excellency Governor Nasir El Rufai, your performance in any office you find yourself in this country has been outstanding. In PPE, your record is there. In FCT as a minister, your record is there. And as two-time governor of Kaduna State, you did well. But I have a very strong petition against you that borders on security, unity, and cohesiveness of Nigerian nation. And I think that petition has to be considered along in this screening exercise. Senator Musa.
So that was the birthing of El Rufai becoming an avowed critic and enemy of the Tinubu administration. That was the moment that he was publicly humiliated in front of the whole country and the whole world. That was El Rufai's senatorial screening, where they rolled him out in public in the fullness of his finest regalia, only to strip him bare and mock him naked. So that was the nakeding of El Rufai right there. So the nakeding of El Rufai, it has now led us to where we are now. El Rufai whisked away from Odenigbo lecture in Owerri amidst protest. So this is El Rufai being chased out of Igbo land. A heavy protest erupted. Today at Odenigbo lecture Ozumpa, Ozumpa Cathedral, Owerri, as angry crowds demanded the immediate removal of Malam Nasir El-Rufai and warned against Peter Obi's presence. Let me just scroll down. All right. So that's that. For security reasons, El-Rufai was swiftly whisked away after protesters declared he had no moral standing to lecture in a cathedral of Igbo heritage, citing his past role as a stakeholder in chaos and hate campaign against Indigo. So that's El-Rufai right there being chased out of our Igbo land. And I think we've got clips of that actually. So this was just happened somewhere in Owerri.
Okay, this morning we are at Asanta Cathedral, where we are, Imo people have converged in their numbers to reject the totality, Nasiru El-Rufai's presence, and caution Mr. Peter Obi for consistently trying to deceive Imo people, and that they are no longer going to be part of it. Right here is Asanta Cathedral, and these are Imo people. They are saying that a man who has sponsored hate comments against Igbo people, has sponsored all sorts of violence against Igbo people, cannot come and speak chronicles of democracy or development here at Modenibo lecture at Asanta Cathedral. That is impossible. They have rejected El-Rufai and they are saying enough is enough is enough is it will no longer continue. We are not going to be deceived by political gimmicks. We are not going to be deceived by political antics. We are telling Mr. Peter Obi to stop deceiving Igbo people. We are not going to see somebody who has consistently sponsored hate against Igbo people and then all of a sudden, because of political desperation, you are in romance with them and you decide to use our people and our platform that have stayed for years to come and give chronicles of deceit. We are saying enough is enough is no. We are saying no to El-Rufai and Peter Obi's alliance. We are saying no to El-Rufai and Peter Obi deceiving Igbo people. It's not going to happen. We are solidly behind the government against violence against Igbo people. We will not take it. As far as this Odenibo lecture is concerned, we are saying enough is no to El-Rufai and Peter Obi in this place. Thank you very much.
So that was the Igbo people of the Owerians, if that's what they call themselves. That was them then saying categorically then that a total rejection of El-Rufai. But this romanticizing of El-Rufai is something that mystifies me. It's not as though it was as early as yesterday that this guy was in play, and the savagery that he rained down on the southern. He was quite open in his disdain for Christians. It's not anything that he hid. Watch this.
Second term. You should also factor that the sensitivity of the people may suggest that you being a Muslim and then having the deputy being a Muslim, well, it will naturally get the majority of the southern Kaduna voting population not to vote for you.
Well, look, what if I tell you that no matter who I choose as my running mate, even if I choose the Pope as my running mate, some people, 67% of the Christians in southern Kaduna have made up their mind that they will never vote for me. This is what the polls show. So for me, that's not the issue. The issue is this. Kaduna State is divided. It needs to be united. The way to begin to unite it is to take religion and ethnicity off the table. Okay? In the last, since 1992, every deputy governor of Kaduna State has been a Christian. What has it done for the state? Has it united the state? Has it assuaged the feelings of the Christian minority that they are part of the government?
Total disdain. That's what El-Rufai has for both Christians and Southerners as well. We all saw it play out under the Buhari administration. He was actually the first person to test that Muslim ticket in a space that was almost equi-divided in terms of religion. It's almost 50-50, the Christian-Muslim mix in Kaduna State, and for some sort of because they've always had a Muslim Fulani governor in that state, but to give some sort of veneer of balance. They've always tried to balance it with a Christian deputy governor. They've always struck that balance somewhat in Kaduna State. But so emboldened was El Rufai by the Janjaweed Islamic something that Buhari was running, that he just jettisoned all that. He ran a Muslim ticket, knowing that he was going to be rigged in anyway. So this is the guy now that is now going around the diocese in the southeast preaching Kumbaya. So that's El Rufai right there, the scourge of the Christians and Southerners. The scourge of the Christians and Southerners. Let's go on from that to another one. Where are we going next? All right, let's go to this one. Actually, this was the one I was going to run yesterday. Opposition fume as Tinubu makes 15th foreign trip in 2025. So yes. So it's not so much what exactly, they are trying to build some sort of narrative around this guy traveling for the benefit of the country. So what exactly is it meant to do? Sit in Aso Rock and go to the mosque to pray for investors to come into the country, or go to where the money is, to go to where the action is and sell the country? He went to Brazil and he came back with a bountiful. Did he not? Petrobras is back. Airpeace making the first inaugural direct flight to Brazil. All and about $2 billion thereabout agricultural investment. A lot of it going to Niger State, because the Niger State governor, of course, he had the cranial function to follow Tinubu to Brazil and canvass for his own home state. So all of those things came in as a result of that trip to Brazil. But the raw meat eaters, who just see any and everything as reasons for criticism, opposition fumes as Tinubu makes 15th foreign trip in 2025. The People's Democratic Party, Labour Party, the New Nigeria People's Party, and the Coalition for United Political Parties have criticized President Bola Tinubu for his frequent overseas trips, describing them as insensitive and a reflection of the government's lack of commitment to strengthening Nigeria's healthcare system. So I'm not quite sure. Tinubu has just built now 6 ultra-modern purpose-built medical facilities in the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. All of that within this still 2.5 years. So this is what he has done. We also, when they opened all of them. So at what level? Tinubu is a very wealthy man, and wealthy people have the privilege of having the best that the world has to offer. So that's just how that works. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, Labour Party, the New Nigeria People's Party, and the Coalition for United Political Parties have criticized President Bola Tinubu for his frequent overseas trips, describing them as insensitive and a reflection of the government's lack of commitment to strengthening Nigeria's healthcare system. The parties, in separate interviews with correspondents, alleged that President Bola Tinubu's numerous foreign trips are as a result of his state of health. He must have doctors all over the world there, because he's in India, then he's in Brazil, and then he's in China, and then he's in some African country, and then he's in the Middle East, etc., etc. So he must have doctors everywhere. The parties, in separate interviews, alleged that President Bola Tinubu's numerous trips are as a result of his state of health. The outcry comes as the presidency announced on Tuesday that Tinubu is embarking on a 10-day vacation to Europe. The vacation will last 10 working days. The president's special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, revealed in a statement he signed on Thursday. Since taking office in May 2023, President Tinubu has undertaken at least 43 foreign trips. A lot of that to the African Union meetings, the ECOWAS meetings, the United Nations meetings, the G20 meetings, trips to Japan, that then opened up opportunities. They even created a Nigerian village or a Nigerian community or Nigerian homestead in Japan off the back of Tinubu Street Fair. Trips to Brazil, we saw the bountiful. Petrobras is back. Investments in agriculture, or direct. So all of these trips, we're seeing the impact on the country. So what exactly is the criticism? Since taking office in May 2023, President Tinubu has undertaken at least 43 foreign trips. The latest trip marks the 15th international trip across 11 countries that Tinubu has undertaken in 2025 alone. He only recently returned to the country after a trip to Japan and Brazil. His various trips include high-level summits, bilateral engagements, presidential inaugurations, and short holidays. So, which of those is anomalous? Which of those shows this insensitivity? High-level summits. This is all these trade meetings that they hold in all these in all these bigger, more financially robust countries like the summit in Saudi Arabia, summits, etc. Maybe you should have gone to those. I don't really like those summits anyway, that they hold African summits and gather them all together. But that's the nature of where politics is at the moment. Then bilateral engagements, should you not attend those? Presidential inauguration, a president gets elected. The president gets elected in Ghana. Should the president of Nigeria attend or not? And short holidays, is he entitled to a holiday or not? Or should we just nail him to the desk in Aso Rock? On January the 6th, Tinubu kicked off his diplomatic itinerary with a trip to Accra, the Ghanaian capital, to attend the inauguration of President-elect John Mahama on January the 7th. He was at the United Arab Emirates to attend the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Summit from January 12 to 16, where he held side meetings with Gulf investors and officials on trade and energy cooperation. From January the 27th to January the 28th, he visited Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to participate in the Africa Heads of Energy Summit on February. From January the 27th to January the 28th, he visited Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to participate in the Africa Heads of State Energy Summit. On February, saw the president travel to France before attending the 37th African Union Summit in Ethiopia, where he joined other African leaders in discussions on regional security, climate adaptation, and continental trade integration under the whatever acronym that is. From April the 2nd to April the 21st. So I'm still seeing where the misstep is. So which of those so far should it not have attended? It should have sent Shetima B, because Shetima is the head of state. So they're having an African summit of African heads of state, but it should have sent Shetima, because him going there will upset Peter Obi and his mob. From April the 2nd to April the 21st, President Tinubu embarked on a 2-week working visit that included France and the United Kingdom. So that may classify as a medical trip. If it's a medical trip, Tinubu is a 72, 76-year-old man, whatever, 70, 73, 74. So he will have medical needs. Even you at your age, you know me, I just recently had a surgery. So everybody has medical needs, irrespective of whatever your age is. So if it has, and more so the older you get, the more your medical needs are. Even Peter Obi, he's taking a few days off because his body cannot take the rigor of the endless campaigning he has been doing since February 2023. So if Tinubu needs a medical holiday or a holiday for rest, it's still within the realms of reason and the realms of expectations. From April the 2nd to April the 21st, President Tinubu embarked on a 2-week working visit that included France and the United Kingdom. In mid-May, the president traveled to Vatican City attending the historic inauguration of Pope Leo the 16th, or is that the 14th, in Rome. From June 28th to July the 4th, Tinubu undertook a landmark visit to St. Lucia, where he addressed the Caracan leaders in Catrias. From St. Lucia, he proceeded to Brazil, arriving in Rio de Janeiro for the 17th BRICS Summit. So, should Nigeria be attending BRICS Summit is the question. So, I'm still looking for the frivolous trip that he has taken, the trip that he has taken that he should not have. The Brazil visit continued into August when President Tinubu returned for a 2-day visit. This came after he visited Japan in the same month to attend the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, where he pitched Nigeria's investment readiness to Japanese multinationals and met Prime Minister Fumio Kishida on maritime security and digital infrastructure. Before he arrived in Japan, Tinubu and his entourage stopped over in Dubai, UAE, on August the 15th and arrived in Yokohama days later on August the 18th. It was his second visit to the Gulf country within the year. On Thursday, President Tinubu departed Abuja to commence on a working vacation in France and the United Kingdom as part of his 2025 annual leave. The vacation will last 10 working days. The President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, revealed in a statement he signed on Thursday. The statement titled, so that's that. So I'm not quite sure which of the, okay, let's carry on. It carries on. Right. Let's pick it up from here. On Thursday, President Tinubu departed Abuja to commence on a working vacation in France and the United Kingdom as part of his 2025 annual leave. The vacation will last 10 working days. The President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, revealed in a statement he signed on Thursday. The statement titled, President Tinubu departs Abuja to begin 2025 annual leave. President Tinubu will spend the period between France and the United Kingdom and return to the country, Ononuga revealed. Thursday's trip comes barely a year after Tinubu took a 2-week vacation in the United Kingdom last October. He later headed to France, where he spent the remainder of his vacation. In his reaction, the PDP deputy leader, Timothy Osadolo, lamented that taxpayers' money is being wasted on not unnecessary trips. So, which trip was unnecessary? Is it the trip to Brazil that brought Petrobras back and gave us a direct flight route to Rio de Janeiro and brought back about $3 billion in agricultural investment, a lot of it going to Niger State? So, how is that? Which one is frivolous? How is that frivolous? What I mean, I don't get it. Is that just hate, isn't it? In his reaction, the PDP deputy leader Timothy Osadolo lamented that taxpayers' money is being wasted on unnecessary trips, adding that the Tinubu administration has failed to provide good governance. I think this is the first time we've ever experienced yet good governance in the country. The nearest we got to good governance was under Babangida, but he derailed. You know, that's the only time we really ever had a hint. Do you know that it was Babangida that built the second mainland bridge or whatever it's called? Is it the third mainland bridge? Do you know it was Babangida that built that? You know it was Babangida that built Abuja. So we had somewhat the veneers of good governance under Babangida until it derailed. So that was the nearest we've ever gotten to good governance until we've now landed on this administration, which is now defining what good governance means, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa in its entirety. Osadola stated, I think the president's frequent trips are highly insensitive. They show a lack of faith in our national healthcare system because the reason he's traveling is for medical tourism. So I'm not quite sure if they've made a special revelation to Osadolo, but I'm not quite sure that the president's spokesperson has not told us that it's a medical trip. Even if it was a medical trip, it means nothing. If his doctors are in the abroad, he's always had those doctors. Everybody has the same doctors. If he's had those doctors all the way through, does he then not use them? They have his medical records. They know how his body functions. Is it because now he becomes president now, he doesn't then go to where his medical records are? So it's just vacuous and devoid of thinking. It's just brain averse, nonsensity. It's just so brainless, the level of opposition we have in Nigeria. So it should go to Lasso Teaching Hospital where they don't know anything about him. Somebody that is cosseted and so finely managed medically will go to, it's horses for courses now. It's horses for courses now. Anyway, let's carry on. Also, Dana stated, I think the president's frequent trips are highly insensitive and they show a lack of faith. Even Peter Obi's doctors, by the way, they're in London. Atiku's doctors are in Germany. Buhari's doctors were in Germany until he passed away. All of that, there's nobody that has a naira to rub together in Nigeria that doesn't take his medical needs in the abroad, that doesn't meet his medical needs in the abroad. Osaduna stated, I think the president's frequent trips are highly insensitive and they show a lack of faith in our national healthcare system because the reason he's traveling is for medical tourism. Imagine the billions of nairas that would have been spent as extra codes and used in paying frivolous charges that those foreign hospitals might have given to him, as well as the travel expenses for him, his caregivers, and the hangers-on that will have gone on this trip. Imagine the state of our local health facilities in this country. So Nigeria has a reasonable health facility. We went through that actually in a session when somebody was asking, was it solid? I was saying there were no hospitals in Nigeria. And when we dug into it, there's close to about 80,000 hospitals spread across the country. Every single state has a federal presence in terms of medical care and a state presence as well. Lagos has the biggest mix, the most sophisticated health structure of all of the states. So I'm not quite sure what all of this is. They just run contrary to facts that are visible on the ground. Imagine the billions of naira that will be spent as extra codes and used in paying frivolous charges that those foreign hospitals might have given to him, as well as travel expenses for him, his caregivers, and the hangers-on that will have gone on this trip. Imagine the state of our local health facilities in this country. Let's assume he is not even interested in giving all Nigerians affordable quality health care or building world-class facilities in different zones. It did build, okay, let's just do that. 6 health facilities. Let me share this actually. Wait. Which one are you sharing? All right. 6 health facilities that Tinubu built. I'll use built again. Yeah. So let's see. Right. So where are they? All right. Let's we can pick it from here. Actually, let's pick it from here. It says yes. In just 2 years, President Tinubu has had 9 institutions. No, these are things named after. But you can look it up anyway. So if you want me to look it up, I can. But within this last 2.5 years, he has built about 6 health facilities for the country. So I'm not quite sure what more he could be doing. let's assume if anybody has the link to those health facilities, by the way, send it to me via Instagram, because I know the naysayers now, they'll be wanting to make a song and dance about that. So send it to me via Instagram. Let's assume it's not even interested in giving all Nigerians affordable healthcare or building world-class facilities in different zones of the country. The Aso Rock Clinic, where we have billions of nairas voted into its budget annually, year after year. What is the state of that facility? We have never heard that the president went to Aso Rock to take a checkup or to take an injection, but rather we hear he jetted to France. So we've never heard that the president jetted to France for medical needs. We work on the basis of an assumption. The PDP leader called on President Tinubu to refrain from seeking re-election, while urging Nigerians to reject both him and the All Progressive Congress APC. So that's just it goes on and on, but I think we get the drift of that. Oh, so let's go on from that to something else. Let's go on from that to something else. So let's go on from that to shall we do a little bit of a show? Let's go on from that to a show piece. You know, of course, the government listed Showore. I think they actually wrote to was it Twitter or something, requesting that they take down Showore's account or make him take down a tweet or something. So Showore back in play. You have become Mr. Protester of Nigeria while your wife is slaving away in America. This is Igokwe mocking Showore, who has now become somewhat of a laughing figure, a laughing stock. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, Joe Igokwe, has urged activist Omoyele Showore to withdraw his comments describing President Bola Tinubu as a criminal. Speaking via a post shared on X, Igokwe had expressed shock that Showore would call a sitting president a criminal. He advised the former presidential candidate to apologize to Tinubu and Nigerians who elected him into power. Igokwe urged that nobody living or dead in Nigeria has touched lives like Tinubu has in the last 30 years. He wrote, "I got to know Showore through a good friend Mr. Peter Cleaver. Both of them graduated from the University of Lagos. We have been friends for years, and we have reasoned together and interacted for years. However, I was turned into disbelief and in total shock when he called a sitting president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria a criminal. I advised him to withdraw the shameful, scurrilous dribbles and apologize to the president. Up till now, he has not found the need to apologize to the president and Nigerians who elected him as president. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not his mate. The president is an international chartered accountant, an international scholar in the best tradition, former senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former governor of Nigeria's economic nerve center called Lagos State for 8 years, and now the president of Nigeria, the biggest, most populous country in Africa and the most endowed. Nobody, living or dead, in Nigeria has touched lives across Nigeria the way President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done in the past 30 years. Go and verify. Go and ask questions. Go and do due diligence. Apart from being the president of Unilag Students Union, I have not recorded any significant progress since he left Akoka, apart from a Luther continual business and life on the streets. He moves from police station to another, from one court to another, from one detention camp to another, and nothing more. He has become Mr. Protester of Nigeria, while his American wife is slaving away in the United States with the children. Showore cannot continue to waste his precious gift of life on the street, on acrimony and division. These activities are getting diminished every day and does not make sense to people like us again. He has been playing a dangerous game. He is becoming too arrogant and at best silly. I urge my friend Chowore to rethink and stop this work on the streets that has become irrelevant and at best a non-event. And those are the cold harsh. I've even tried to engage the guy and point him that look, there is no. It's become somewhat comical what Showore does. We will take to the streets. We will shut the country down. And It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's been doing it for God knows how long. What impact? But he doesn't know how to do anything else, so he just has to continue doing it. Because I don't think he's equipped to rise beyond that particular one trick that he knows. Just aluta. Where has that gotten? And what impact has Showore had as a result of his alutism since he started it till now? Has it impacted on corrupt practices in Nigeria? No. Has it impacted on bad or good governance in Nigeria? No. Has it elevated anything from a state of badness to a state of goodness? No. Yeah, there's been not one attribution that you can attribute to Showore's activities in terms of development and growth in that country. He has not moved the needle 1 inch for 30, 40 years that he's been on the streets making noise. But does he know a different trick? No. So we just continue to aluta. So that's Showore right there, aluta continua. So that's Showore right there, aluta continua. So now this next piece was going to be the headline piece. Should I go on? Let me say, maybe I should go. Hold on one moment. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Is anybody sharing the links? I'm not saying in terms of engagement that people are sharing the links. You should be sharing the links. Why are you not sharing the links? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Are you all right? Are you all right? You know, when they ask you that in the United Kingdom, when they ask you, are you all right? They're not asking after your health. So they are insulting you. They are saying, are you all right in the head? Is what they are saying. That's what they're really saying. So you're all right. You all right? So there's that right there. Let me just do this. I need to do something quickly. So I'm going to play you a little bit of music so I can do it. Sorry about that. Let's just let me play you a little bit of music just so I can attend to something quickly. Which one do you like? I think you like that Tinubu song, don't you? Tinubu. Yes. Let me play you this. All right. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Do you know what I'm trying to do? I am trying. I'm going to play you a bit more music.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born.
Oh, all right. Sorry about that. So that was a Yendeba. Sorry about that. I was actually setting myself up to go live on TikTok. So we are looking to punch a hole through that space and establish ourselves as a voice there. That's that. So I'll rattle through the rest, and I'll only really give you the rest, mainly just maybe the headlines, and then maybe one or two paragraphs. So next up, 70,000 naira no longer sustainable. 70,000 naira no longer sustainable. Labor workers demand minimum wage review. So I'm not quite sure why 70,000 naira is no longer sustainable, because the prices are starting to drop at the market. The naira has established a plateau against the dollar in terms of the exchange rate. So it stays where it was when they agreed that 70,000. The price of food is starting to drop. A bag of rice now is now about 50,000 naira, as opposed to about 100,000 naira, which is what around about December, Christmas time last year. So what makes it no longer sustainable? Because the purchasing power continues to increase as the economy compounds. So what makes the naira no longer, what makes the 70,000 no longer sustainable is where the question is. Hold on. All right. 70,000 naira no longer sustainable. Labor workers demand minimum wage review. So this is Joe Ajero wanting a bit more dollar out of Tinubu. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and the federal government workers have demanded an urgent review of the national minimum wage insisting the current 70,000 naira is no longer sustainable. And by the way, I think most of the states actually pay significantly more than that. I know in Imo State, our Popusodima has increased it to well in excess of 100,000 naira. They made the demand following the bold steps taken by several states across the country to increase the minimum wage of their workers above the 70,000 naira benchmark in response to the prevailing economic realities. The labor unions and workers who spoke to correspondents in separate interviews contended that in the face of galloping inflation, rising cost of food, transportation, housing, and other essential services, the 70,000 naira minimum wage could no longer sustain them. It will be recalled that President Bola Tinubu signed the new minimum wage bill into law in July 2024, raising the minimum wage to from 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira. So it's not really so much the minimum wage being increased or decreased. It is really a narrative of the economy strengthening to strengthen the purchase power of that minimum wage. So it's not, they can pay them ₦1 million if that minimum million a month, if that ₦1 million has no purchasing power, the story will still remain the same. So we go on from that to the next. We go on from that to let's go to this one. How Tinubu's creation of, so you know that forest guard something is starting to come into effect somewhat. Oh, let me see. Do I want to be from this angle? Let me be from this angle. Hold on. Yes, you know the forest guard idea. Yeah, I think it's starting to come into effect somewhat. So, yes, I think that may be better. Yes, how Tinubu's creation of forest guards provides for over 50,000 jobs for you. So it looks as though they are fast tracking that forest guard narrative. Let's go on from there to this. So yes, this one here. INEC uncovers 27,817 multiple voter registrations in Anambra. So we're getting to find out just how Peter Obi won that those rather unfeasible figures we heard in 2023. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has uncovered 27,817 multiple registrations from the just concluded continuous voter registration in Anambra State. This is even as the Commission added 143,000 approximate new voters to the state voter registration. The Commission disclosed this in a statement issued by its National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Sam Olumekun, on Thursday in Abuja. Olumekun said the Commission met on Thursday and, amongst other issues, deliberated on the final register of voters for the November Anambra State governorship election. So I think the exercise really is for the re-election of our Soludo, but it just tells us then a little insight then into how Peter Obi won those unfeasible figures, as I said, in Anambra State. Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's 6-month suspension expires. I hope she just go back in quietly and stop creating ruckus there. They've already told her that the Senate is not a content creation space, so she shouldn't really bother going there to go and do content, or she shouldn't really bother going there to go and be doing content creation. If she wants to be a skit maker, maybe she should go and, there's a new character on TikTok. They call him Gege, Gehgeh. I'm not quite sure if you would have heard of him. I've been spending some time on Twitter, and I'm getting to know some of the rather funky people out there. So so maybe you should go and join them. Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's 6-month suspension expires. So I think when our Senate resumes, she resumes with them, unless of course they seek to extend her suspension, which by my own reckoning they should. The lawmaker representing Kogi Central Senatorial District, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has completed her 6-month suspension from the Senate, paving the way for her return to to legislative duties. Correspondents report that the outspoken lawmaker was slammed with the sanction on the 6th of March 2025, which barred her from plenary sessions, entry into the National Assembly, and access to official resources after she was accused of breaching Senate rules. According to, oh goodness me, this thing will keep on dropping. Let me just right, according yes I'm going to abandon. You know, I get distracted streaming to TikTok at the same time because it doesn't quite fit just the way it should. Now it's just taking me to some. Hold on. I'm going to just shut this thing down. I do beg your pardon. Yeah, there it is. I'll give it one more attempt. I mean, still acting silly. I'll just have to abandon it. Yeah. If we are not meant to be on TikTok, then we're not meant to be on TikTok. All right. The lawmaker representing Kogi Central Senatorial District, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has completed a 6-month suspension from the Senate, paving the way for a return to legislative duties. Correspondents report that the outspoken lawmaker was slammed with the sanction on the 6th of March 2025, which barred her from plenary sessions, entry into the National Assembly, and access to official resources after she was accused of breaching Senate rules. Akpoti-Uduaghan has repeatedly dismissed the suspension as a witch hunt, maintaining that it was triggered by her petition against the Senate president, whom she accused of sexual harassment. Her suspicions, so we all know the backdrop, we all know the narrative of that space, but it looks as though then that when plenary resumes, she resumes with them. So there's that. El-Rufai, master of ambivalence, paid bandits as governor. Tinubu's government. So this is Tinubu versus El-Rufai. So El-Rufai is a busted flush. That's just what it is. It should just disappear into the ethers. There's no scope for him anymore. In Nigerian politics going forward, really. He would have had space in Nigerian politics, but then he's burnt his bridges. So when we get to 2031, he will not be in play. The last play of El-Rufai will be 2027. If and when, and almost certainly will be the case, Tinubu wins that election, that buries the career of El-Rufai, buries the career of Peter Obi, buries the career of Aregbesola, buries the career of Atiku, buries all of their careers. So this is the last throw of the dice of the deplorables within the Nigerian political space. Our third mainland bridge blocked as residents of Oworonshoki protest the demolition of their homes by the state government. So I'm just glad that this happened in Oworonshoki, a dominantly Yoruba space. But I wonder if Peter Obi will be tweeting about this. I doubt that if they are demolished houses in Alaba market, then of course Peter Obi will be on every platform screeching and squealing because of course it's the Igbo voice of the Nigerian space. But the people in Oworonshoki, they are predominantly Yoruba people, so they will just suffer it and nobody leaps to their defense. Third mainland bridge blocked as residents of Oworonshoki protest the demolition of their homes by the state government. So that's that. I think this actually happened a couple of days ago. The people of Oworonshoki in Lagos State today occupied the third mainland bridge to protest the demolition of their homes by the state government. The protesters, who came out in large numbers, accused the state government of demolishing their houses without proper notice or compensation, leaving many families homeless. You know, we have a home, we have a house, not a home. Our home is in Oregon, but we have a house in Oworonshoki, my family. Carrying placards, but I'm sure it wasn't demolished because I would have heard that already. carrying placards. They demanded accountability and immediate intervention. The demonstration, which began at dawn, caused severe gridlock on the busy bridge and left many motorists stranded and seeking alternative routes. Security operatives were later deployed to restore order and clear the road for traffic. That's that. So that's what's happening in Warren right there. Let's go on from that to this. Aregbesola is not opposing Tinubu because of Nigeria, but because of his own selfishness and stubbornness. After running out of favor, Obi is a well-known liar, as someone who claimed he built schools and Anambra teachers busted out in laughter because he was lying. He could not pay salaries as a governor, and he wants to wrestle power with Tinubu, who started payment of 13 months' salary to workers in Nigeria as a governor of Lagos State. Look at El Rufai, the man who started payment of money officially to terrorists. I think this is reading from a Twitter of a guy called Ayeko Otor. So I think this might well be one of the Tinubu attack spaces. So let's go on from that to this. 2027, I got Peter Obi's approval to join the ADC. So this is a Chinedu Rose Vivo who crosses yet to another. You know Chinedu Rose Vivo. He actually used to be a member of the PDP, and then he crossed from the PDP because when he was campaigning to be a House of Representative member, he actually campaigned as Chinedu Rose Vivo, and he campaigned as a PDP candidate then. And then when he wanted to be state governor, he campaigned on the Labour Party, this time as Gbadepo Rose Vivo. So now he's now crossing from the Labour Party now to ADC, or he has now crossed from the Labour Party to the ADC. So it's very much mirroring his mentor's political journey. 2027, I got Peter Obi's approval to join the ADC. This is Chinedu Rose Vivo making the announcement. The 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos State, Gbadepo Rose Vivo, has disclosed that he received the approval of Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi before officially joining the African Democratic Congress ADC. Speaking on Channels Television, Channels Television's Sunday Politics, Rose Vivo emphasized that Lagos cannot be pocketed by one man. When asked if Obi endorsed his move to ADC, he replied, "Yes, certainly. A representative of his was at the declaration on Saturday. Peter Obi and I are communicating. We are aligned. There is no step I am taking that is not aware of. We have all agreed that the only way for the opposition to succeed in 2027 is through a coalition, regardless of where anybody may be at this time. We are working together. We're working towards that aim. On whether he could dismantle President Bola Tinubu's long-standing political structure in Lagos, Rose Vivo said, "I don't believe that Lagos belongs to one man. That is why my movement is called Our Lagos. Lagos is our shared responsibility. It is our home. The idea that Lagos belongs to one man is something I completely reject. The idea that our commonwealth can be commandeered by one man for over two decades is something I stand against. It is not about me. Pardon me. It is not about me. It is about the people of Lagos and Nigeria. Look at Alimosho local government. The inner roads are terrible. Instead of fixing them, the local government chairmen go around with policemen to prevent opposition from holding gatherings on Lion Field." So that's Rose Vivo then, still on his wishful thinking dream of ever becoming the governor of Lagos State. So that's that. Oh, so let me now take you to the clips that we do have. I think I'm going to unplug the microphone here. Let me see. Can you still hear me? Can you still? Let me know in the comment section if you can still hear me. Yes. I wonder if you can still hear me. let me know in the comment section. Let me know. Can somebody tell me if you can still hear me clearly in the comment section? I'm waiting. If you don't, because I've unplugged the microphone. So if you can hear me clearly in the comment section, let me know, because I want this to fit through. Oh, okay, brilliant. All right. So we carry on. So we go on to the clips then. Let's see what clips we do have. We start the clips. So okay, this I'm going to play you 3 sets of clips in. Let me see if I can flip this round to see. Hold on. Let me. Sorry, I'm just trying to do something here. All right. Let's just carry on. Okay. I'm going to play you. This is not actually working for me because let me flip it back. I beg your pardon. I'm trying to stream to. I've already told you what I'm trying to do anyway. All right. Let me play you this. I'm going to play you 3 clips in succession. They are all interlinked. So we're talking about the narrative of the demarketing of Nigeria by certain characters. You all know who those characters are, and this is how these people, because they think they are hitting hard against either for reasons of ethnicity or reasons of politics or a combination of a myriad of the two. They think they are hitting against the Tinubu administration, but when they put all of these things out onto the internet, it's being seen globally. I'll show you the sort of things that they put out, then I'll show you the impact that it has. So this is the sort of thing that they do put out.
For days now, this picture has been trending all over Nigerian cyberspace, and it has stirred a heated debate. If you have ever been to Durban beachfront or Cape Town in South Africa, you will notice something striking. The roads along their beachfronts are not super highways. They are just normal double-lane roads with heavy traffic, especially because those areas attract tourists, hotels, and big entertainment spots. Now compare that with Lagos. Instead of protecting and promoting businesses that attract visitors, the federal government decided to demolish one of the biggest tourist hubs in Nigeria, Landmark Beach Resort, owned by an Igbo man, Paul Onwanibe. You know what's actually funny? Someone said that the Atlantic Ocean knows when injustice is perpetrated. It knows that someone's investment was destroyed to make room for land grabbing opportunity under the guise that this scam of a project will pass through the building channel. Let's be honest, Landmark wasn't just another business. It was $100 million ecosystem in leisure and hospitality, housing over 80 businesses, welcoming nearly 3 million visitors every year, including Nigerians in the diaspora and international tourists. It created jobs for 4,000 Nigerians directly and 12,000 indirectly. It contributed over 2 billion naira annually in tax revenue to the Lagos state government. And yet, in one wicked swoop, everything was destroyed. No proper compensation, no time for relocation, no sincere negotiation. The demolition was carried out hurriedly, almost like there was a secret agenda behind it. Now look at the so-called road they sacrificed this massive investment for. Nature has already started reclaiming it with sand and water. A project that would take more than 15 years to complete was used as an excuse to crush a man's life work. A business that put food on thousands of tables. Here is the bitter truth. If Landmark had been owned by someone from the favored tribes, it would have been preserved, beautified, and even promoted as a symbol of Nigerian pride. But because it was built by an Igbo man, the federal government didn't blink an eye before reducing it to rubble. That's the double standard we live with in this country. Instead of protecting investment that puts Nigeria on the global map, we destroy them. Instead of supporting entrepreneurs who create jobs, we frustrate them. And yet we cry that investors are not coming into Nigeria. How would they, when the federal government itself is the #1 enemy of progress? At the end of the day, the demolition of Landmark Resort.
All right, so that's the sort of propaganda that those sort of characters put out into they put it out into the ethers via the internet, and it spreads to all manners of our spaces. So when people like this put out those sort of clips, they are putting out they are putting it out for reasons of our own domestic politics. But the reach of those clips, it reaches far and wide. Let me just, it's not this particular clip that this lady has put out, but those sort of narratives, this is the sort of impact that they have. So let me play you how the international space digests the sort of narratives that comes out of that space. So here is it's going to be a trilogy that tells you a story. So the story starts from those heavily propagandized narratives that these people put out, and this is some of the impacts that they have.
Even in Nigeria, I still see it. It's there. The footprints of colonialism are all over that country. Nigeria should have never been a country. The difference in ideology from the northern side to the southern is just like insane, you know? And then when when the eastern side tried to corner off and form Biafra, it was like the ex-colonists were like, no, we don't want that. So they instead empower Nigeria to crush that country. And they're like, no, we want you guys to stay like this so we can continue to pillage and take all of your resources. And it's like the footprints of colonialism are still all over Nigeria. It's in the shape of the country. It's in the map. And it's like, okay, now we're here. How do we fix this?
Oh, all right. So that's the sort of impact that she has no concept of what the Biafran backdrop is, but she's been seeing endless push of a particular narrative, and she's not adopted that as the truth. So that's the sort of impact. But when these international people start to look deeper into this propagandizing, this is what happens. So let me play you the third one.
This is a train view from the Lagos mainland in mile 2 to the Lagos Island in Marina. Man, Marina is actually the starting point of the Lagos Island. But guys, look at the views of Lagos and this side, man. My God, I feel like the Nigerians themselves are not showcasing their country to the world. Look at this. Man, it's time I say it. Welcome to Nigeria, man. Stop going to Dubai, man. This is gonna be your Dubai. Habibi, welcome to Lagos. Habibi, look at the roads. Look at the roads, man. My God, man. I feel like Nigerians are not showcasing their country. They are not doing more to showcase their country to the world. I wish I had a drone to just fly over this area and get for you. Maybe you'll be able to see the sea that connects Nigeria to other parts of the world. The USA, we want to go to Cameroon, Benin. Man, look at the views, man. Oh my God. And someone was telling me if I continue up to the real island, it's gonna be different, man.
I should go to that. I'll try my down in that one of the things.
All right. So that was a Sudanese guy right there visiting Nigeria for the first time and experiencing Lagos and all of the facilities that this Tinubu that they said didn't do anything in Lagos that he put in place. And he was so astonished and impressed by what he saw, and he was saying, forget Dubai. That's from a Sudanese prison. So he has been gorging on the sort of negative news that these elements have been pushing out into the ethers. So when he decided to come and see for himself, it was the direct opposite of what they've been telling him, that as soon as you get down out of the airport, they will start shooting you and whatnot. He could not just believe just how sophisticated the city Lagos was. So that's the trilogy right there, from the propaganda to how it's been digested, and then when the people start to come. And by the way, we have Dirty December coming, Mark 2. They enjoyed it so much. All these diasporans, people from America, Canada, etc., all converging on Lagos last Christmas. They are back again this Christmas. So the rebranding is already starting to take place. So there's that. Let me take you on to the next one. What are we looking at? You know, the contention on who started Nollywood, as ever, is always a chasm between the Southwest and the Southeast. Anyway, let this guy tell the story. This one speaks then to that cousin on who started Nollywood.
You cannot find to date any actor my age mate or slightly younger who will tell you he studied theaters in the East, because theater never existed in the East. When I was a student in Ife, we had something we called NUTAF, Nigerian University Theaters Festival. Only 6 universities at that time. None existed in the East.
One very popular account was that Nollywood started with Living in Bondage.
The first movie that you call home video was actually produced by a man who is still alive, Ade Ajiboye. We call him Big Abbas. That your Living in Bondage thing. It was in the early 90s. Shonsho Meji, as produced by Ade Ajiboye Big Abbas, was around 1988.
What of Things Fall Apart?
Things fell apart on television now. It was in the 80s, mid 80s. It was just a TV series. It was when home video started here. And the success of the whole thing. Now.
Oh, all right. So that particular one then speaks to that never-ending chasm. Or is it really should be a friendly rivalry between the Southwesterners and the Southeasterners, because in terms of advancements, those are the two most enlightened spaces within Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure why the chasm is so sharp and aggressive, but it should really be just a brotherly sort of jousting. But there it is. So there's that. I think that's enough actually. Let me just play you the K-Guys music. I'll send the link again if anybody wants to come on. So we play the K-Guys music. We get the session started if we have a panel. But first, let's play the K-Guys music if we can find them. Yes, the K-Guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Akuko Onume called the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku kone riwa gbese may death have nothing to do with that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, the cleverest woman on the planet, that's Zita right there. The hands in the air in surrender, that's a Kenny right there already given up on 2027. The elegance that Prince Daddy is in the house. We have Gloria Part joining us as well. So still plenty of room in the studio. Anybody else that wants to join. Anybody else that wants to join. Ladies and gentlemen. We kick it off with Gloria Part, who I think is joining us for the first time. Gloria, are you, or is it Glory Part, not Gloria Part? So Glory, unmute, speak to us. Good to see you. Glory,
Yeah, one
Glory,
man.
Glory.
How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm not a newcomer here. No.
Yeah,
This
not a
is
new.
my
Why is your voice so low?
this is my second line.
Is that Patrick Uche?
Yeah.
Now, wow. Who are you hiding from that you're hiding your identity?
No, this is my wife. My wife phone.
You get wife? Eh? Who are
I
fooling you to have a wife?
I have 8 children now.
8 children?
Yeah.
Did you say 8?
8.
7, 8?
8.
Why? Why would you have 8 children?
Huh?
Why would you have 8 children? Why?
I'm a human being now. So back to
one man. What a question, one man.
Yeah, but I thought the standard was you know the standard family is 2.5. So that is to say you can either have 2 or 3. And the standard Nigerian family is 2 boys, 1 girl. 8. Sorry. Do you want to tell us the mix? How many boys do you have?
I have 6
boys.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even like you were chasing a son and you kept on having. Oh, anyway, so sorry about that.
No,
So that just caught me off guard.
I will marry second wife by next year. So.
Second wife? Are you not a Christian?
I'm a Christian.
And you're married second wife?
Yeah. I want to
just casually like that.
No, it's in the Bible now. God is in the Bible. You can marry 7 or any amount you want to marry. It's not your sin. It's not about sometimes it can fuel them. You know.
Yes, not to delve too much in your finances, though, but your wallet carry on. You marry a second wife, and then she will have another string of children. Are you trying to
we open business for her now. My first wife have a business. Yeah, business.
I think I don't believe you for 1 minute.
I have 8 children.
Are you under 50?
Huh?
Are you under 50?
Under what?
50 years old. Are you under 50?
No, I'm 40.
You're a 40-year-old man with 8 children.
Yeah.
God. And you're from the southeast. Is that allowed?
Yeah, I'm from southeast now. I'm from Anambra State.
Anyway, sorry, that caught me off guard. Did that catch you off guard, Prince?
Not really, but the age though. I thought you were like 50 or older, but that's fine. And quickly on that issue of having a lot of children, I kind of responded to Elon Musk post on X not too long ago. It's always been concerned about the white population dwindling, right? And I guess the other races around the world they're increasing in numbers. But you made a point earlier that in Nigeria, Nigeria, people have like two children or 3. Is that a standard and from when that is? And,
one man. Do you know one guy called Matthias Isaac?
No.
That used to. He's a popular guy from Mpo on the Anambra State. He used to preach about the traditionalists. I think he's also that kind of 40-something. So he also have almost 8 children, and the wife is still young. So it's not.
And all those 8 children are from the same woman.
Yeah, from one woman. Yeah. The guy is wealthy. The guy is in work.
All right. I think Glory dropped. Maybe I was too personal. I beg your pardon, of Glory, if I was a bit too personal. But now you would never do that, would you, Ekene?
No, I don't have the car. I don't have the strength.
You know, I don't even want to.
One of my brother that called me is it last week to tell me that the wife gave birth to a child. I think you now have about 3 boys and 1 girl. I was shouting at him, oh boy, I beg you. I know if he tell you congratulations and to show me where you keep properties for these children. I beg.
You know, it's not even so much about the woman. What I've always wondered is how can you have a personal parenting contact?
Ekene, you are just mean. How would you say that?
I told him, Coco. I know
Did
the
the
lies. I
child
tell
bring
him,
himself into planet Earth? You should have congratulated the baby, not him.
no,
Come
I
on,
don't
man.
do. I don't do such a thing. What I told him, boy, make sure you buy land, keep property for this. Don't just go and be producing children anyhow.
Yeah,
And I know
that causes a lot of
I know his
catastrophe,
capacity.
obviously.
I know his capacity. So I know that it's much. It's much for him. So all these now God they train picking. I know they like those kind of statements.
I really hate that. But you get them, not to stereotype or anything, you get that a lot amongst the Muslims that they will have all these children and they'll say it's God that looks after children. You know, I came across one that was
Well, I
One
don't
man.
understand.
So,
Woman, sorry, Ekene. Woman, what is the argument? The argument is it too many children or ability to take care of them, or that the children will not be somebody in future? These are three totally different things.
No, I'm arguing all those three spaces. Now I'm arguing in the present economic climate in Nigeria, it's almost although the children are already there, so maybe it doesn't apply. But it's somewhat of an irresponsibility to have 8 children in Nigeria, and then even if you can afford it, you know it's not even so much money; it's that parenting contact, isn't it? Being able to
One
pull that
man
child
that
from
shouldn't
all of their instincts and guide them through life. How can you know the instincts of 8 children and guide
woman,
them
I wouldn't go that route.
okay, let me chime in one man. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So
Woman, that is not
hold on, Madam Zita.
actually.
So on the issue as I raised earlier, and about Elon Musk's message, right? So back in the days, maybe 50s, 60s, even the West, America, see the white people, you know, white and black, the white people, the women had a lot of children. I mean, it wasn't uncommon to see over 5 children in a household of a white person, even up to 8 or more. Actually, I've seen white people that talk about the history of family. Oh, my parents had like 8 children or 10 children in America here. So, and I made a point to Musk that look, you know, there's a correlation between, you know, advancement, growth, and opportunity in society for women and birth rate, and that's almost factual. You put it that way. So, as you know, society, as women become more empowered, as they say, more enlightened, have opportunity, you know, they defer childbirth and they have all the opportunities, right? And for that reason, you know, the birth rate in the West is going down. So too in Japan, I understand. In the West, even in Africa, I actually made a point also. In Africa, for example, you'll be a typical person or one man. Wealthy or well-to-do Africans, black people, they tend to have less children, you know, for the most part, right? So the more enlightened, so to speak.
Okay, so, sorry, let me go into that space for a moment. Why do you think that is? Why do you think wealthy, educated Africans tend to have less children? I think Dangote only has 2 children, doesn't he? Why do you think that is?
Well, you know, again, it all goes into ambition, opportunity. Now, a wealthy man that marries a well-to-do woman that's educated, that has ambition, is not going to be out there trying to have, you know, 5, 10 children. She's more likely to be more interested in other things. You know, she's not a housewife, so to speak. So that's part of it. You know, advancement in society, you know, education, and all these things that we copy or we get from the West. The same thing applies. But people that don't have such opportunities and they still have that mentality or that lifestyle that, you know, children are wealth to or asset to them. And you know, the more children you have, I guess the better off you are. So it kind of that's the way it kind of goes. So most complaining, other people complaining about people having a lot of children. It's kind of relative. I would say it's everywhere. It is everywhere. Japan is one of the most advanced nations in the world. You know, they have a birth rate problem also. In Europe, I understand Europe also has a big problem actually. So the more advanced a society seems to be, or wealthy a person seems to be, the lower the childbirth that they tend to have, and that's just the observation one can see.
Can I say something?
Actually, sorry, Peter, I'll take your correction, but only marginally. Dangote actually has 4 children, but 3 of them are his biological children. 1 of them adopted.
He's the son that is adopted. Anyway.
What's that?
I said the son is adopted.
Yes, that's what I said. He has 3 girls, and then the boy is adopted.
Okay, actually, using those people as an example is actually a wrong example. First of all, Elon Musk has so many children, but he didn't have it with one wife or one woman. He goes about pregnanting women, donating his sperm for production. So it wasn't like he married a woman, kept him in his house, and he had 14 or 15 or 20 children for him. That is one. 2, when you talk about child having too many children, a lot of things are being put in place. Number 1, you cannot tie who a child will be, or how a child will behave, or what a child will become in the future to the parents' inability or financial status. That doesn't happen in the first place. Secondly, if I want to argue on childbearing, reducing the number of child a family will have, I will not go the route you guys are going. I will actually concentrate on the health of the woman, not on the inability of training, because most people who become today and are still becoming, most of them did not come from a wealthy home where their parents could afford everything. So it doesn't work that way.
Okay. So
telling a man, I've said this severally in your platform, one man. Telling a man, the day we discussed about the Northerners, I said this in your platform, I said, telling somebody to stop having a child just because he is poor is actually sacrilegious. If you have to tell him not to have a child, you should come through the angle of the health, not because somebody is poor.
Hold on.
Deprive him of having children. No, it doesn't work that way. And for your information, the children of the rich don't actually get there in the first place.
I can hear you.
Nobody is actually saying that poor people should not have children. What I am saying is that you should have your children according to your wallet, so that way you can manage them better. I was watching a stream on TikTok earlier on today, and some guy, he came on to this guy's stream, and he was saying to the guy that it's an alpha, which is an Islamic scholar, and it's just his wife has just now recently given birth, and then he was canvassing for money. And then they were asking him how many children he has. He said he has 4. He has 2 wives. He's going to marry more, and he doesn't have the capacity for so that sort of a thing, you know. If your level of affordability should be, why is Dangote having that?
Woman,
it can have, you
know. That's why nature is actually funny. Most people that are extremely wealthy had fewer children, most times not because they want to have fewer children, but because that's the only one they could have.
How do you mean?
Okay, let me give you an example.
They are
Since
not
we are
capacitated
mentioning name,
to have children
hold
or
on. Let me give you an example. Since we are mentioning name, Dangote married twice. I mean, legally married twice.
yes.
The first one was the one that had the 3 children, 3 daughters. He married the second woman who could not give him a child.
Right.
He has to adopt a son. So, are you saying now that
Is religion allowed
because
him
he's
for?
rich, hold on, because
Is
he's rich,
religion allows him for though?
because he's rich, God should open the tap of children for him.
Oh no.
And somebody who is poor, God should reduce the tap of children for him.
But for them,
This
it's not
severally
for
this your
example
platform.
now.
I'm not gonna
Otedola is
lie this.
another example. Otedola has no more than 4 or 5 children. Why is he not having 10? It's like our pal there that has 8 and wants to marry again.
One man, my argument is that you do not, and nobody has the right. I've said this on this platform severally, to tell a human being not to have a child because he is poor. Come on now. You can have as many children as you want.
And then who takes care of them? Who takes care of them?
If they come for you to help to take care of them, say no, period.
And then what happens?
So we should watch their children suffer and die. Say, say
Not the only problem we have in the north. Is that not the amount of problem in the north?
Can we go to the topic of today? I don't discuss such things.
Well, I don't think it's to restrict people that not to have children because they are poor. To me, it's not ideal. But at the same time, you can't be poor, not being able to take care of your children and have 10, 12 children. That's like that's ridiculous in itself. Also, so it's about understanding what you can afford. People have to understand.
Check the countries that did that child birth control. How far? They almost finished them. They've reopened it again. You don't do such a thing.
Is that not China is blossoming?
You don't do such a thing.
Well, you're looking at saying, we can't always get things right. Saying you're looking at the negative side of it. 1 second. If they hadn't curtailed that rate of childbirth, okay, that population would have exploded to the point whereby they may not be able to handle it. Maybe it's about 2.2 billion people or more. So, when they stopped it, they could have found a way to rejig it, and they're trying to encourage them now to have more children. But in the case of Elon Musk, just like it says Zita, Elon Musk has many children from different women. So Elon Musk wasn't concerned about himself. He was more concerned about the white race, the white people not having enough children. That was his concern.
Okay, let me say this, and I will end this topic. You guys can discuss it for all I care. You see, as I said before, I mentioned some factors, some for or against childbearing. But when you talk about childbearing in general, it is not actually being tagged to somebody who can afford and somebody who cannot afford, because the ability for somebody to have a child is something that sometimes that is beyond science. So if you as a human being start restricting those who are capable of having them, you are actually reducing the number of humanity, period. So there are some people who have everything. They have millions of them on planet Earth today. They can have a child. It's as ABC. So if you are a government or a people or one individual who think that because somebody is poor should have 1 children, not only that you are restricting something that is beyond science, you as a human is trying to restrict it. You are trying to curb the number of humans being created on planet Earth, period. And I end it.
All right.
If you don't mind, let me go first. Give me a couple minutes to go first, if you don't mind.
All right, you carry on. Floor is yours.
Yeah. So I heard you earlier talking about Shore, right? See, we all don't. I guess many people don't like Shore's, way or his approach to his alutaism, as you call it, insulting Tinubu and all these politicians. not because he himself is righteous, but I disagree with you in the sense that because Suarez enterprise as what they call it revolutionist or whatever he calls himself, because it hasn't manifest to something positive in the Nigerian space, or we haven't seen the impact, doesn't mean that him starting it or doing it is a bad thing. At the end of the day, he may not be the person that actually brings about the change. Somebody else down the line may take over that space, so to speak, and be more effective in promoting his or messages to the public or to the Nigerian people. So we should give Shure credit for starting what he's doing right now. Yes, we may not agree with his approach or his method, but nonetheless, starting it, being some sort of an opposition is a good thing. Right now, I may not be using anything. That is fine, but he should get credit for being a voice out there in the Nigerian space. Again, many people may want a different person with a different personality to have been a champion of that space. But nonetheless, Shure should get credit. He should be commended for what he does. I don't support him, but at the same time, not against Shure as a person.
But what impact has his voice had in the 30 years that he has been doing this at Luther, whatnot? What impact has Shure's voice had?
Well, that's what I'm saying, one man. Because he hasn't had any impact doesn't mean that it should not be. I mean, some things.
If he's not had any impact, then it's not had any purpose.
Well, it hasn't really been 30 years, one man. To my estimation, in college.
Union's Day now.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Well, I mean, what does that mean? I mean, he was fighting for Abiola, this and that election. I mean, to me, we have to demarcate and have a timeline that you truly want to begin to judge Shure as a politician or as an influencer, or whatever you want to call him, in the Nigerian space. No one was now Lutai in Unilag or in college. Now, to me, that doesn't count. It's been at it for a long time. Yeah, it gets credit because that's accumulative, work. You're going to put that with body of work. That is fine. I accept that. But Shure, to me, actually came on the scene when he ran the first time against Buhari, right? Whenever he ran. The first time around. I think that's when he actually came on the scene. So maybe we should count from there. And it hasn't made much impact, but at the same time, I think is a valuable asset at this point in time in Nigerian space. So you should get credit. That's just what I'm saying. You shouldn't be dismissed and just discounted.
What frustrates me about Shure is that Shure sometimes it comes across as a missed opportunity because he's established his voice as a voice of the common person, but then for him then to pivot that voice into political impact, he's been unable to make that next step, and that's what frustrates me about him. So in his Students' Union's Day, he was on the streets holding placards and doing "We No Go Gree" and singing all these workers' socialist songs. That's what he was doing when he was the Students' Union leader, Unilag. Now, today that we speak, he's still doing exactly the same thing. He's still on the street, holding placards and singing socialist songs. So there is no progression. So he's established that voice, but he's not been able to impact it. And that's why they're now mocking him.
Yeah, I heard you, woman. Just like I said, at the end of the day, Shure may not be that person that will actually lead that movement to the next level. Somebody else may have to come in to do that. And if you look at history, life, and it's always been like that many times. Somebody starts something, but somebody else comes about to carry it on to the next phase or the next level. That's just the point I'm making. Quickly on the issue of the Nollywood, I guess you want to call it beef or tiff between the Yorubas and the Igbos or whatever. I've kind of heard that before. I personally, I don't know. I think the term Nollywood was coined by the the Igbos or the Southeasterners. If anybody can correct me if you want. And when they came on the scene around 2000s, right? They push a lot of movies or videos. And I personally enjoy greatly those Nollywood Igbo movies. I love the characters, even the Okonkwo guy, all these people, this guy they call Orange. I mean, they provided great entertainment. They did very well. They brought about culture, and in one interesting thing also, time to time I do watch this Nollywood thing movies on YouTube, right? And it's a great how do you call it? It's actually encapsulates Nigeria progression over time. Because sometimes when you watch those videos, you see the old technology maybe or the scenery of the streets or different parts of the country. They capture it in their videos, in their movies. It's kind of beautiful.
Prince, the one thing I will concede to the southeastern Nollywood, they do their videos. It's very colorful and very scenic and very very full of culture. I really like that, and I've always liked the backdrop of the southeast in movies. I love their music also, especially that flute. They have this genre of music. They call it Ogede music. I'm not sure if you've ever heard it. It's just so beautiful. The one thing is that they always do their movies in English, which translates more internationally. But the Yorubas is just, some babalawo something, and that's just the long and short of it. It's just some babalawo turning magic, voodoo money, and all this, and they do all their movies in Yoruba.
Right. Yeah. So that's another, which I do watch some of the Yoruba movies also. So in terms of international appeal or even African appeal, is the Igbo Southeasterners, Nollywood actors and actresses that have done it. They've done a great job promoting Nigeria in that regards. And I love the movie. They've done very well. But at the end of the day, but when it comes to the inception of theater, art, just like that, the fellow on the video was saying, from in the 60s and the 50s. Remember, they have Ogunde, right? They actually produce movies and this stuff in the theaters. So the Southwesterners, they've always been at the forefront of theater, drama, and all these things. They've always been there. And of course, there were so many Yoruba movies that came way, way before this Nollywood thing came about. So what we should be celebrating is that, is maybe the union or the appreciation of the different genre or the aspect of Nigerian movie as a whole, rather than, and we always had this, Yoruba and it was like, twin brothers or whatever, always bantering back and forth, was better, it was better, it was this and that, but nonetheless, the Southeasterners, Nollywood, they have to acknowledge the inception, the creation that came about this movie thing in Nigeria, started by the Yorubas or the Southwesterners. They got to acknowledge that, okay? But their contribution to the whole thing, it's great, it's well appreciated, and it's a solid, integral part of Nigerian movie scene. So we should celebrate the whole thing as a whole and not try to downgrade one side and say, we started it, this is not better. We always do that. But at the end of the day, it's really a beautiful thing to put it all together. Yeah. So.
All right. Well put. Let me take you to the minimum wage. So the labor union back up in arms, telling us then that 70,000 naira is no longer sustainable and they're looking to renegotiate. It was only as early as last year that they had the agreement with the government. So what are you making of this stance? And do you agree somewhat that 70,000 naira a month cannot be a living wage in Nigeria?
Yeah, I know when they negotiated last time, they wanted more. I think it was over $100,000. I think it was kind of ridiculous amount. Like
50, didn't they?
Yeah, something ridiculous amount. But they got 70. I don't for I can't say if 70,000 naira is sufficient right now in Nigeria. But to the last point I think you made about this wage hike, it's not about how much you really make. At the end of the day, it's all about how much things cost, the inflation and whatnot, the opportunities in the country. So they can raise the minimum wage, but but we don't want to go on this what you call it, this run whereby every quarter, every year.
The inflation.
Huh?
If they raise it to, how is my voice, by the way? Can you hear it okay, or should I put my mic back on?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right. I said if they raise it too sharply, it could lead to inflation.
Correct. Exactly. So doing it quarterly or every year, it could lead to inflation. Of course, people are going to see they're going to increase price of goods and commodities and this and that. So it's all, at the end of the day, to me, I'm more for trying to improve the economy, strengthen the naira, and giving the people a better, stronger purchasing power than trying to jack up the rate of that wages. We don't want to end up like Ghana and some other countries. It wasn't too long ago the Ghanaians were spending, to buy a loaf of bread like a million cities, something like that.
Daddy.
Ridiculous.
Praise Daddy.
Yeah.
See, I don't know what you guys are arguing about this minimum wage.
I'm sorry, your voice.
Are you aware that the politicians are also projecting or wanting or even wanting to pass a bill, if not they have passed, that their own wages should be increased? Are you aware of that? Did you come across that news last month? So
no, I didn't. No.
So it's on the table, and I think it has been approved, or they are still on the process. And their own increase is even more way higher. They are even suggesting that their wages and what they earn as government officials and the senators and all that is no longer sustainable. And they are deliberating on that. It's on the public news, I think last month. Peter Obi even tweeted about it. But let me not mention him because he will say it's all about propaganda. You understand? So why not see 70,000 naira is next to nothing. The living standard of a single man today, a single man did very well. As a single man today, it's nothing less than 10,000 naira a day for you to be able to feed well. There maybe
okay. I hear you. So if you listen to my summation, I'm not against.
If you want to manage yourself, let's say 7,000.
I'm not against raising the minimum wage. What I'm concerned about is the inflationary.
There is nothing like inflationary. If there is anything to call about inflationary, it's about even the governors, ex-governors that is sucking the economy of this nation dry. These are where the inflations are coming about. Not the Nigerian workers that you need to increase their wages for them to live a better life. What is 70,000 naira in Nigeria today? What is 70,000 naira? I can give you indices. 70,000 naira is nothing.
I can agree with you. Again, it's fine. They can raise the minimum wage, but they can raise.
Remember when Tinubu gave them this 70,000 naira, petrol was about 6 something or 700 naira then. After, yeah.
When we argue that raising minimum wage can devalue the purchasing power of a currency, we are not saying it that minimum wage should not be raised for Nigerians and be raised for the Congress. That's not what we are saying. We are saying raising minimum wage generally, it shouldn't be done. But government of countries like to take the shortcut. And that's why the world is going around and round and round and it's not ending. You need to strengthen your currency, not too strong, because if you make it too strong, your exports become too expensive. If you make it too weak, you get nothing. So you find something in the middle. What are we saying in essence? The federal government of Nigeria should sit down with the central bank. There is a way to do it. Putting one thing or the other here and there to strengthen the naira, so that 70,000 naira in your hands can buy something tangible, can be a living wage, not a minimum wage. That's all we are saying. So if you say they should keep increasing the minimum wage, I'm not talking about only Nigerians, I'm talking about for every Nigerian, including the Congress. If you say minimum wage should be increased, for how long will minimum wage for how long will they keep doing that? If you keep increasing from 140, Imo State said how much? 200,000, whatever. Then the next 6 months, that 200,000 naira in your hands cannot buy nothing. You will shout again for an increase. They will increase. That is not the bone of contention. The bone of contention is
your point has no argument. Your point has no argument.
Okay.
Your point are clear. And I've also I think I also have the same idea of what you are saying. But you made a valid point which has no argument. You understand? But will they listen to what you are saying? Can they do it? Can they sustain it? Can they make 70,000 naira to purchase more things for the workers? Is it possible? I don't see it happening.
They can if they want to.
Because it's just like, okay, just look at it now. The CNG that you propose to them, maybe to use to cushion the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy and all that, the subsidy has been removed and the price of CNG gas has increased. You are now added 5 naira tax to the petroleum. So things, you see the areas the workers are coming in, but even the workers or the labor union, I don't even know what they're doing. We don't have them anymore. I think the best thing they should do is what you just said, to make that 70,000 naira affordable. Because now that the CNG gas has increased, 5 naira tax to the petrol, tax here and there, everywhere tax. There is nothing in Nigeria today that is free. Everything is tax. It's remaining.
Okay, let me wrap up before you. I think you're next. Let me wrap up. One more on a quick comment on Gbadebo's Vivor trying to, or it's already been already gone to ADC, right? He said at the behest of Peter Obi. Is that right?
Yeah, he said with the consent of Peter Obi, yes.
So is Peter Obi even officially part of the ADC camp?
Well, as far as we're aware, he's not a registered member.
Well, you said it well. You know, he's following the path of his mentor, Peter Obi, jumping from one party. It was part of PDP, LP. Now is going to ADC. It's all good. Yeah, I wish him well. I wish him well. Anyway, thanks, one man. I guess Kenel Madanzita can take over. Thanks.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Stay with us just as long as you can, Prince. We go from you to Ekene. Ekene, you know the talking points, but you can just free flow because I think you are always inclined to free flow. So, Ekene, floor is yours.
Okay, one man. Thank you. The issue that I'm really much concerned is the living standard of Nigerians and not what all these politicians are doing. When that time comes, we know how to follow them, whether they are jumping here and there. But the most thing that I'm concerned is how Nigerians are doing. What is the government doing to make sure that Nigeria enjoy the fruit of their labor? So if I should say that Nigerians are enjoying the fruit of their labor, I'm lying to you, honestly speaking. no matter the amount of money you are making, no matter how well you think you are doing, is it business that you want to do today and you want to source for a fund? When you go there and see the interest rate, your mind will just blow up. And you know you are just going there just to commit more suicide. So where are you going to lay your hand to survive? Where? So when you are talking about all this, just like what Madam Zita said, I told him, her points are very valid. But they cannot, I don't see them doing it. Even if they can bring it to 20,000 naira, if they can bring it down to 20,000 naira or even 10,000 naira,
they can do it. They are doing it, but it is, I don't know how to put it. Nigeria is a very ridiculous country. They are doing it, but they don't want to use it to increase the value of the naira, because the easiest way to make a currency a little more strong, not too strong, because you don't need your currency to be too strong. If your currency is too strong, like the dollar, you start having problems with exports. So all they need to do is they do it, but they are not using it. They do it for fun. They're already doing it in Nigeria. Sell your foreign reserve and buy naira. Central Bank of Nigeria is not supposed to be printing naira. That's supposed to be from time to time they sell a large chunk of their foreign reserve and buy naira. Period. That way naira will be strong, not too strong, but strong enough for somebody to hold it in his hands or her hands in the country and buy something tangible. Period. It's not difficult to do. It's not.
But sometimes it looks difficult for them, because when
there is some Ekene. One thing I noticed in Nigeria is that Nigerians do execute policies outside of implementation. Let me explain. Nigerians sell their dollars from time to time to people who don't want to buy it, but it's not in the implementation. If it is a policy that is being implemented and adhered to, that from time to time, when your currency has a free fall, all you need to do is to cage it. I have said it several times. Cage it. Sell the one that is heavy, like the dollar. Sell it to you. Secretly sell it to humans in your country. All those wealthy men. Secretly sell it to them and buy naira back into your central bank. That way, the naira will have weight. You reduce a lot of them from circulation.
Do you know that a lot of Nigerian businesses or let's say estate houses or everything you have everywhere, maybe in the developed cities like Lekki, Abuja, all these areas, they price their properties in dollars. They don't price in naira.
Actually, very wrong.
Very wrong. Current economy. And the government are even involved. So you see, I don't see. The only thing is that the Nigerian law is very weak.
It's not weak. The thing is that the people making the beautiful law are still the crooks that refuse to implement it. That's all. It's a very funny country.
Actually, you know what you were saying about strengthening the naira. This is actually what is going on, isn't it? If you look at how the government is positioning, they are actually they're trying to grow the economy, which is what will ultimately strengthen the naira. But in between the processes of doing that and its impact, so there has to be a pain period. Nigeria is going through the necessary pain period that we necessarily have to go through in order to win ourselves of that heavily subsidized life that we've always lived. And that's just what is going on. If you look at how we have been living, it's not sustainable. Education subsidized, electricity subsidized, fuel subsidized, naira subsidized, everything subsidized.
One man.
One
You
man this year,
think
you know,
somebody selling a house in dollar in Nigeria, the government is not supposed to put a law that that person will go to jail?
But they stopped that now. Have they not put measures in place to stop that?
Where did they stop that?
What? I think they stopped that now.
You know, they've not stopped it.
It's illegal to do that
It's
now.
not they did not stop it because there is one discussion I'm having. The person is quoting dollar.
Then he's doing it illegally.
Okay. Because they're supposed to go to jail. In most countries, you don't try that kind of bullshit. But in Nigeria, don't you know that all those houses, they say 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, that is the conversion of the dollar that are calling for those people. How can you be selling a house in Nigeria for 400 million? Are you mad?
That is not
Where
even
a bag of cement is 12,000 naira. You are selling a house for 400 million. Is it built with gold? And government see all those things, ignore.
Do you know, Madam Zita, do you know that many houses in Nigeria that doesn't even have well-equipped amenities or well-structured this thing is more higher than most houses in the UK and South Africa? Very higher, very.
I'm telling you.
I don't know why.
Government is not doing anything in that area.
They are.
They're inviting diasporas to come and put money in the country. How would they? When you leave people recklessly doing money laundering in the name of real estate.
Real estate.
Recklessly, without fear or favor, you will have to bring the what do they call it in civil engineer? What you use in building that house.
Do you know that agent fee in Nigeria is more higher? It's almost what you used to.
This is ridiculous.
Buy a house. Agent fee is close to what you used to buy a house or even rent a house. You rent a house for 1 million naira, you pay agent fee of 500,000 or 800,000.
You're even buying a land in wherever they keep disturbing somebody to come and buy land in Lagos or whatever. I'm not even a fan of Lagos. They will tell you when you buy the house, the agent's fee is about 3 million or 4 million naira. Are you kidding me? Come on now. You are actually killing your currency by allowing all those things, all those shenanigans going on in the country. How could a house in a land in Nigeria cost 400 million or 1 billion naira? Are you people okay?
400 million is even cheap now. I don't think you can see a house of 400 million in Lekki or in any of these developments.
Selling one house in Abuja for $1 million. For $1 million.
$1 billion.
Madam Zita and Ekene, what do you think is driving the price of the land or the houses? Or what do you think is driving it?
It's money laundering. It's money
I'm
laundering.
not sure it's the location, isn't it?
No, it's not the location. That thing is money laundering. Forget it.
Which location?
That
Most
thing
of
is
those
money laundering.
Most of you see.
Those houses, that's not actually the price. Those things are money laundering. Mark my word, it's money laundering.
It's almost everywhere. It's almost everywhere. When you come to Alaba market now, the price of shop and everything is even ridiculous.
When you hear those amounts of real estate and all those things, other people will start putting their money, increasing their money, thinking those amounts are real, actually
the government
the
needs
real
to
price
come
for
in
the houses, not knowing that it's money laundering. How could you?
Very strong policy.
The government is supposed to be looking at all those things, but they won't because it's part and parcel of what they do. Everywhere go quiet.
And most of them that has that money, or most of them that are into that land agency and all that, I think most government are even involved because the easiest way to that real estate. I think people that are doing real estate are even also most of the government officials are also in that real estate and all those stuff because no common man can do real estate in Nigeria today.
But why not? What's stopping the common man?
It's a ridiculous thing. Nigerian government should look, because if they continue like this, infrastructural development in Nigeria we nosedive. I talk rubbish all the time, but at the end of the day, my rubbish should make sense. Voila. You see this shenanigan that is going on in Nigeria, that somebody will build a house and say this is Dahu wherever, Dahu somewhere in Lagos, that Dahu is the top notch.
The annoying part of it is that most of the...
let me land. Top notch in a country where there is no 24 hours of power supply. You are calling an area top notch.
No, in some of those states, sorry, Zita.
One man, please.
Sorry, Zita. In some of those states, they do have 24-hour electricity.
They don't. Nigeria do not have 24 hours of power supply. Period. That is the word. Nigeria as a country, in Nigeria, they do not have 24 hours of power supply. Full stop. Don't come and be telling me this area have 24 hours. This area have this one. No, it's not supposed to be like that.
Hold on. In a lot of these new estates that they are building, a part of the selling point is 24-hour electricity. But that 24-hour electricity is not dependent on the national grid.
They generate it.
Yeah, they generate it themselves.
I could call Michael Jara. Anyway, I don't want to go into that, but let me just put my voice. I want to let it be that I registered my voice in that shenanigan. Period. I don't care what anybody is arguing, whether you're arguing left, you're arguing right, that's fine. But what I am saying, and that we continue saying it, and if they don't tell it, it must happen. If they continue with that shenanigan in a real estate in Nigeria, infrastructural development is going to nosedive. Mark my word. Those houses will be built.
How many people are even buying the house today? How many people are buying the house today? Is it not amongst them?
If there's no market building it now, there are people buying it. If there's no market, they will not be building it.
It's among themselves. It's just among themselves. But I don't tell me which civil servants that you are paying. You are talking about 70,000. I will afford such a property.
Listen, these things you evaluate it. Government should come in, evaluate lands, evaluate property. You can't just wake up one day, buy a land for maybe 10 million. After 5 years, you go there, build, or you buy 200.
You are even talking about okay. Landlord.
Is that not what free market is all about?
After 5 years, you borrow money from the bank. After 5 years, you come and sell them 100. You people, come on, man. What are you even talking about?
But that's
not that nonsense.
Oh, hold on, Zita. I thought you were a free market sort of a person. That's the exact free market now. Willing buyer, willing seller. You can ask for whichever price you like. If there's anybody willing to buy it, then that establishes the price. That's free market.
Madam Zita, somebody bought a shop of 45 million naira in the market. A shop, 45 million naira. I asked them, 45 million naira for a shop. How many years is he going to do business there? I don't think that man will do business more than 30 years.
And then when he put one spoon of rice there for 300,000 naira, you people will say prices of things are expensive.
High. Yes. Because that is where he will recover his money. I told him there are a shop of 1.5 million naira. You go for it. I can easily go and be paying rent for 1.5 million naira than to buy a shop of 45 million naira, which I don't know. I might decide to change business tomorrow.
Then you sell it. Then you sell it. Is that not what it is?
How many people wants to buy it? How many people wants to buy it?
Sorry, please. Let me just cut in a little bit. You see, I just think that you guys are thinking in the way of socialism or communism. We're a capitalist nation. I don't know, Madam Zita. There are estates that offer out with 4-hour supply. They generated themselves. It's a competition. Those estates, when you go there, they share the power. Some of them, they use solar. Some of them, they use generating sets, and they share. Hold on, please. Let me just land, please. Let me land. They share. Okay, sorry. They share the bill amongst themselves in the estates. Those estates are pricey. Over here too, there are estates I won't go to pay for. So in every society, when you go, you look at your level, and but everybody cannot be the same in Nigeria. We cannot have a flat economy. Everybody, because no, now. If you have your money, just like where you are, you work so hard for yourself. If you want to build a house, you build it to your tastes. I am not going to build a bungalow because my neighbor has a bungalow, so that he won't feel offended.
You see, that's why when I speak, I like people to understand.
Thank you.
Whenever I'm talking, it's good people listen to me carefully, so that when you come in to interject me, you interject me on the angle I am speaking. In every city in the world, even in the villages, there is where they call choice area. Nobody is arguing on that. Please. What I am saying is that the prices of houses in Nigeria all of a sudden is over-exaggerated, and that is money laundering. The government should look into it.
And the price in dollar.
And then curtail it. I'm not saying there shouldn't be choice areas. Of course. There should be good neighborhood. Everywhere in the world, even in the villages. There are some areas in the village that we tell you don't go there. Those people, they don't behave well. It's normal. But what I am saying is that all of a sudden in Nigeria, it has become a means of money laundering.
But that's your assessment, though. That's not based on fact.
That is true. A fact that has been verified.
Madam Zita, I don't know what the problem is.
Listen, what I am saying is that all over the world, even that place you are sitting, those houses, even those choice area you are talking about, those houses are being rated, monitored, the price.
I do not think so.
I don't want to call name. There is a house that they overprice, they slash it down. In that
Madam Zita, not in America. Madam Zita, not in America. No, if you place your house,
in that you are made, I don't want to. Maybe if we go offline, I will give you the name and the owner of the house. You go and read the history. Why? Because it's monitored. I'm not saying that somebody cannot say his house higher or lower. It is done all over the world. You can get somebody to buy it higher. I agree with you. But there are some certain prices you put in a house, you can go to jail. Trust me, if you sell that house in that amount,
why is that?
It will put you into trouble.
Why?
How?
Because the houses are rated.
No, Madam Zita, no. This down with this, right? We have locals. Hold on. Let me.
Listen to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen carefully. Let me say this before you people continue in that line of argument. Listen to me. I will sell it, then I will conclude. In the United States, in most of the Western countries, the area, the houses, the quality of the house, because Every year it is rated, and that is how you pay your tax. So you can just wake up and put an amazing, ridiculous amount for that house. It is not done.
And
But let me
Madam Chika,
conclude by saying
me-
this. Hold on. Let me conclude by saying this. You see one thing about me. Anywhere I find myself in life, I monitor them. I learn everything I can lay my hands on. So I don't make stupid arguments. I have said it and I end it. But if you want to argue it, fine.
The issue is that even most of these houses, you park in, you start to paint it yourself, you start to buy sockets yourself, you start to put tiles yourself, you start to put a lot of things. You begin to ask yourself, why is this house $1 million or $1 million? The amount of money you will even spend to be able to settle in that house.
Ekene, you agree to it. Ekene, you agree to it. I also stay in Lagos. I've seen houses be built in Lagos.
Somebody is saying there is no house that is $1 billion in Nigeria. What is that? There's a house $1 billion in Nigeria now.
Which $1 billion?
They've sold it.
More than $1 billion, sir. More than $1 billion. He's talking about $1 billion. He's talking about $1 billion. I say more than $1 billion. More than $1 billion.
No, you're right. No, there are houses that cost that. But what I'm trying to say is this, right? When it comes to like people, you as a tenant putting the sockets and all that, there's always an agreement. For some landlords, they will tell you that, oh, see, I'm building this house, and before, if it's a good site, there are tenants that will pay before they finish building the house. There are tenants that might come in when it's only the fitting that remains. They'll be like, let me put it myself, depending on how desperate they are. Some of them, the landlord will say, okay, do it, and I will deduct it from your rent. These things can be worked out. All I'm just saying is just this. There are certain estates. Hold on, please. There are certain areas that are choice areas. When you go to like VI, it's a choice area. Whether you like it or not, the houses there will be expensive. So if you are a civil servant, or you know that you cannot afford it, why go there? Go to where your level is. It is the same thing over
Are
here.
there not civil servants in that area? Are there not civil servants in that area?
If there are civil servants in Victoria Island, it could be old money. It could be generational money. But if you do not make like make your money like in bulk, like maybe like these musicians, you cannot go and stay in VI.
Oh boy, it is not all about class. Please,
most civil servants,
understand what we are talking about. It's not all about
Abuja, just like in Abuja.
Government should assess those houses, assess those areas, make sure that it is equivalent, because those people say buy that house $1 billion naira or $1 billion, whatever rubbish they sell them. How much property tax do they pay?
They pay property taxes. They pay. Hold on. That land you're talking about, was sold by government to somebody, and the person developed it. So all these things are being calculated. You cannot go to a VI or Lake, I say VI, Ikoyi, and you get a land for less than $1 billion. It's not possible. You understand what I'm saying? So choose your choice area or choose your site. Go build your house. Choose your level. Even in Abuja, they build houses for civil servants. You cannot go to Asokoro. You cannot go to Asokoro and live as a civil servant. Who born you? So everybody has to know their level.
You go soon happen.
I didn't say you're saying rubbish. Show. I'm just
it go soon happen for Nigeria. It go shell. Trust me. It go soon shell.
You don't shell yourself. Because the kind of life we are living in Nigeria is just one kind. Even me as a Nigerian, I see it as one kind of zombie life that is not well organized. You just wake up one morning and do what you like and make money overnight. You understand? So, and that is one of the things that is spoiling the society. And we keep on encouraging it. You live a life that overshadows the civil servants and most people. It's just like what explanation you are giving here, Joel. Some civil servants in Abuja live in Nasarawa. They come to work all the way from Nasarawa. You understand? Some civil servants that supposed to live close to their work or work in that works in Ikoyi lives in Badagry. And it's very stressful.
Yeah,
so when they
a country whereby their choice area can be bombarded by miscreants, you can even lose your life in their choice area without anybody giving a hoot to find out how that person getting or what happened. Joel is sitting down here comparing it with choice area in the United States. You know what happened in choice area in the United States? You don't even walk around those areas anyhow. Trust me. Police will come and ask you questions.
Of course, and you don't do that. You don't do that in Ikoyi.
But most of those choice areas we are talking about in the United States, some of them are not $1 billion. Because when you talk about 1 billion naira, you are trying to convert it to dollar. No. Naira is naira, and every currency has its own power in its own kingdom. So it's just because you are converting it to a dollar, you think it's no money. It's a lot of money in Nigeria. So for you to sell a house in Nigeria, calling it choice area for $1 billion naira,
Madam Sita, even when you convert it, Madam Sita, I have checked it.
Myself to use.
Madam Sita, I have checked it. Even when you convert it, most of those houses, when you convert it, it's even the naira is even the one we sell in Nigeria in naira. It's still more higher than the one we sell. I see in South Africa and in most areas in the UK. Even when you convert it.
As you Ekene, go and check the house in Kigali, where you will stay. No kidnapping, no armed robbery, clean environment, no stinking, no screaming of bus drivers, no constant horning of vehicles, no generator.
You're describing Lagos. So
I mean, you're free from all those ridiculous identity of Nigerian cities. Go and check how much houses are there, and then browse through. What they call
what's the size of the economy? No, Zita, you have to open up spaces for people to come in. What's the size of the? Okay. No. But sometimes you have to open that space. I think he wants to push against what you're saying. Prince.
I was gonna say, I'd like to really know the real estate market in Nigeria beyond Lagos and Abuja, quite frankly, to have a good sense of it. Lagos and Abuja, especially Lagos, it's highly based on speculations. People are willing to pay whatever for a land or property. They're willing to do so. So that is not a real comparative market, to look at when looking at housing. I would say, people. I mean, there's so many factors that affect houses in Lagos and in Abuja. The diasporans, they impact the value of properties in those places by a large margin. It's not based solely on the income of the people that live there locally. We know that it's not for such people. So I can be talking about people who can afford to it don't work that way. And by the way, just to make a point. Hold on. Let me make a point. Say the notion that people work in the place and they have to travel like miles away to their work it's nothing new.
It's normal.
Yeah, hold on. Here in America, for example, some Congress people, many of them, quite frankly, when they go to Washington D.C., right? They can't afford Washington D.C. Guess what they do? They sleep in their offices because it's quite expensive there. These are officials of the United States government. They are not wealthy. They sleep on the floor sometimes in their offices. They can't afford to buy a second house or rent a place. It's a very expensive place. and there's high demand for such places. So high demand in Lagos and places like Abuja is not a new thing. It's all around the world. It's all around the world. And to me, if you ask me, you don't truly get the value of what you pay for in Lagos. It's quite clear. But that's irrelevant because speculation of a thing, of an asset is more valuable than the actual true value of the asset. That's life. I mean, you don't want to pay $1 million for a shanty property. Somebody's more than happy to pay for it. Somebody's more than happy to pay twice for it.
Prince Daddy, when they jack up all these prices, the price of renting house in Nigeria, everything is almost quadruple today. Then tomorrow now, you're expecting the economy to come down, or just like the explanation that Madam Zita is giving, that is how to make the 70,000 naira to be more, as in has purchasing power. For that 70,000 naira to have purchasing power.
Okay, can I just like Joel said, find your level. You have to find your level.
It's not like finding level here, because there is no area, as I'm talking to you now, in Lagos State, that a 70,000 naira earner that has a family of 2 or 3 can afford, as far as I'm concerned. If you know your job,
okay, find your level. Sometimes where you live, sometimes they price you out.
I'm telling you,
you live will price you out. You can't live there anymore. It happens all around the world. Nothing new.
All right. So, Ekene, where are they living? That family you are describing, where are they living?
They're living in trenches. You go to their Face Me and Face You, all those, you see workers living in Face Me and Face You, public toilets that's not even neat and all this stuff. That's what you see.
Face Me and Face You in a house now, bro.
Which kind of house?
Face Me and Face You in a house. See,
even your police workers, don't you see the environment of the police? Are you not ashamed of it?
Please let me make this point, please. I think we are putting the cart before the horse. This is the issue. The economy of Nigeria is bad. The economy, we cannot, the president have met his target and all that, but our economy is not that vibrant enough. And it is clear. The issue is this: we've not invested in critical infrastructures that could help alleviate these things. But if it's about prices will always go up. Inflation will always be there. But is the society building the required infrastructure to meet up?
Joel, are you the one saying this?
I am the one saying. Hold on.
So prices
hold on now.
No more hungry, suffering, price.
Madam Zita, even in the United States, yeah, if you ask them, they'll tell you.
Even I noticed that Joel's tone has changed. I was expecting him to be saying Tinubu, but carry on.
No, because Tinubu has his own. When we won't talk about Tinubu, we'll talk about Tinubu. But if we want to talk about the society itself, right, and how expensive things are, you cannot go from 550 to 1,500 in exchange rates in an import-dependent country, and you do not see this kind of price hike. It's not possible. So the price of everything went up because the guy even doing the cement with which you're going to use to build those houses is also paying for gas. It's also paying for all these taxes or whatever thing that's out there that the government is pushing on the citizens. So you cannot just sit down here and say, oh, you know what? It's about the builders. No. When you look at the buildings in Nigeria, yes, it quadrupled, just like your pure water, just like your milk, everything in Nigeria quadrupled. So I feel for those civil servants, and in fact, with most Nigerians who cannot, because we know that the jobs are not even there, even with the 70,000 minimum wage, the jobs are not even there. So I get that part. However, we cannot just single out buildings or real estate, as a problem. No, we've always had a housing deficit. That is not the individuals building the estate. That is on government. We don't have so much low-cost housing. Even in Lagos, even in the states, within every society too, right? You also have those low-cost houses where they call it projects. But in Nigeria, it's not planned that way. I know maybe our forefathers did some of those. Or today, with these new guys coming in, they scrapped out all those places and built apartments. You can be surprised that in Lekki, for instance, you cannot walk in maybe like a 5 mile distance, and you see what they call it. You see a park. We don't have a normal park for leisure. The one that they had in Owerri, Rochas the other time converted it to estates. So it's the thinking of our leaders, the thinking of the people. So let's not please put it on only on housing. Let us make sure that we are talking about our pure water, we are talking about our Coke, we are talking about our beer. Don't say go like real estate. They are also building with the present cost of inputs that they're getting from the market. So let's look at it holistically. It's the economy. When you look at the economy, then we can now start talking. But don't single out real estate. Thank you.
Oh, all right, Bill. Back to Ekene. Ekene. Oh, yeah.
Okay, one man. What I'm saying is that I don't see. You guys are praising us most of the time. You say this happened. Speaker of the House today, is it this Hausa guy? Is it Abbas?
Tajuddin Abbas.
Yeah, crying about the depth of Nigeria, the way it's going high. And I think this is not even coming from an opposition again. It's coming from the government themselves. The amount of money they are borrowing.
Who approved the loans?
So I don't know. What do you have? That's the question.
The house directly or indirectly approves those loans. He should shut up.
So I don't know. What do you want me to say? So it's even on them. It's even dawning on them that they are not getting it right. And if things continue like this, I don't know where Nigeria will find themselves in the next few years. I don't know. Because this money, how are you going to pay it? That's why the government is increasing tax here and there without even looking back. Anything they can lay their hand, they will tax you. I just said it. The CNG gas that you guys were celebrating, all those stuff, this is just to cushion the effect of the subsidy removal and all that. The subsidy has been removed, and the price of CNG gas has increased also. So what is left for the common man? Even though the CNG is not even popular, but the little, no matter how little it is in the country, the people that are using it, what is their fate again?
Is it not cheaper than petrol?
Even if it is cheaper than petrol, it's still cheaper than petrol, but still, why should we remove the subsidy? Because that is where you see it now. Now they have removed the subsidy. The price will continue to go up. And when it continues to go up, sometimes it might even go higher.
The CNG was never subsidized. It's the demand on it that is now pushing the price a little bit.
I don't think so. What I saw that was
no. One man he placed a tax on it. He placed a tax on it, and which is ridiculous.
There's a new tax coming in now, which I think is going to be the next place that people are going to, they are putting a levy on petrol, and where you live, Joel, they put a heavy levy on petrol, but they are putting a nominal levy on petrol. It doesn't affect the price. It doesn't affect the price in any significant way. You buy 1,000 naira, you pay 50 naira in levy. So I'm not sure, but yeah.
One man, you want Nigerians. You cannot tell me that there are no country that doesn't have subsidy for their citizens. It's either in education, or in health, or in the exchange rates. There must be. If you check very well, even the Chinese, they have subsidy. So why would you not want Nigerians that have the petrol or whatever? You can even if you
but
remove
Nigeria
it.
has subsidy in education, in food, in health. Many subsidies all over the place now.
Where you said as of today, Nigeria don't have any subsidy in anything. Whether you have it in education
The
or whatever,
education is not subsidized.
I don't think
You're
education is
paying the going
subsidized in
rate.
Nigeria before.
They are
Because
paying the
Nigerians are
going rate
paying,
for education.
Nigerians are paying for their school fees ever in
Even in Ghana, they pay 10 times
Nigeria.
as much.
It doesn't matter the amount you pay. What matters is that you are paying your school fees in
Emeka,
Nigeria. So it's
can you
never
tell us
subsidized.
how much? Emeka, can you tell us how much you get a shop in Oka in Anambra State or a house in Anambra? We want to know that one.
There is nowhere that the shop or house is cheap, both in Anambra or in Lagos today. On Onitsha today, the shops are very costly. Houses there, it's almost the house in Lagos is almost the same thing or even more higher in Onitsha or Oka.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. I'm telling you the fact. A house, in my father compound, a two-room and power in my father compound can go as high as 800,000 or 900,000 naira a year. To tell you that it's no longer.
So now which need drive that one price? Now which need drive that price?
It's still the same thing we are talking about. So who are we to blame? Everything is just Nigeria is just do as you like. You know, when Tinubu said he met the dollar at 1,900 and bring it down to 1,004, 1,005. He don't even know where he met the dollar. He said he met it at 1,009. He never remember that he met dollar at official rate of 4.
I think he misspoke. I don't think
he misspoke. I don't think he misspoke. Go and watch the video very well. He never misspoke. He wanted to deceive us. He never knew he met the dollar.
No, Ekene, he might be right. You see, let me tell you what we are doing before now. They subsidize it. That's what we are doing. So if he says he made it at 1,009 or 2,000, he might be. I'm not saying he's right, though. I'm saying he might be right. Okay, what he did was allow it to float at his own value. So the other people were trying to save the value, like if it is worth 2,000, they subsidize the remaining and tell you that it's worth 400 or 300 or 200. But when he came, he said, allow it, let everybody know what it's worth. So he might not be like, I don't think he misspoke. But I don't know whether it's up to 1,000.
I don't think your explanation might be his explanation, Madam Zita.
But
because
no. Do you know why I'm saying this? We monitor it outside of what they show the country. Do you understand? Your country might be telling you that your currency is worth 16 naira to $1. We that monitor it know how much is actually worth and how much they're subsidizing it. So I don't think it's up to 1,900 when he came, but I know it's above 1,000. That's all I can say.
Well, whatever it is, or however he wants to explain it, the only thing that Nigerians know is that he met the dollar at the official rate of about 450 when he came in. So if he has his own explanation of how he met it,
I don't even know why they call it official rate. They shouldn't be calling that thing official rate. They should have been calling it the subsidized rate or Nigerian rate. Because that's what they
Madam, there is no area in Nigeria. There is no area in Nigeria you don't have official rate. It's just like when you say that passport is 100,000 naira, I think 5 years or so. The other one is 200,000 naira. That is official rate. Then when you go to the immigration office, they will tell you the real price. Because I don't think you get it for that 100,000 or 200,000. 50,000 naira or 20,000 naira must be on top. But that 100,000 naira is the official rate. It's almost in every sector in Nigeria.
But a lot of those processes are done online now. So you don't go to the passport office and hand over cash.
Yeah, it can be done online. Maybe when you are able to do it online. But there is no way because you still go for capturing. So when you go for that capturing, you still pay. You must drop something. So by then you know that 10,000 naira has top on it or 20,000 naira. So maybe at the end of the day, it will be 120 or 130. So in Nigeria, we have official rates. Then in the market, you have the real price.
So, Ekene, what you're saying is that if you walk into a store and then you ask them, I'm giving an example, a restaurant. You ask them how much is a plate of food. They tell you it's 5,000 naira. When you finish eating, you tip the waitress or the waiter. You tip her 2,000 naira. So when you go out, they ask you how much is a plate of food in that restaurant. Then you will tell them that a plate of food in that restaurant is 7,000 naira. Is it how it works? Because that's what we are talking about.
It's not how it works.
That you go to pick your passport and decide to give people tip doesn't necessarily mean that you have to add it at the price of the passport. It doesn't work.
No, there is one thing there is different thing of giving tip. There is different way of giving tip, because if I want to give tip, it's not something you force me to do. It's what I do willingly based on how you do my job. I can decide to come and maybe what I needed, maybe what I will be waiting to get in 2 weeks. You do it for me in 1 week or 5 days. There is every possibility that you receive a tip of 10,000 or 5,000 naira from me to say thank you. That one is different. But a lot of all these government officials, most of them, it's mandatory that if you come there, you don't agree to their price, they will just neglect you. Most especially if you want to follow that line of the official rate, they will just neglect your passport there. So it will only be for the people that are giving tip. They will come there and go, come there and go. Your own will remain there.
The payment is done online, okay? I don't know what your argument is.
Yeah, the payment is done online, but when you will still go there for capturing. That's my point. But that's not even the issue. The issue what why I'm laying on this emphasis is for us to know the weakness of our laws in Nigeria, because I don't think that such a thing happens in most of the countries that you guys are living. But if it is happening, maybe it's okay. You understand? Because corruption has eaten deep.
Yes, but Ekene, introducing automation is what is tackling that corruption, because even that capturing is still paid for online. The whole process is paid for online. So it's very difficult. The window for that cash over or that underhand cash, they are trying to use technology to close it off.
Yeah, it's still a.
Are you there?
Can do what he's doing. I think we'll get most of the things done in this administration, but other ministers are just sit on the look. I think he's the only most appeared minister in the television. He's the only one you see on the television speaking on his policies, speaking on what he wants to do, and even acting on it. How many have you seen? The major ministers that you need to see every day to speak to Nigerians, especially the financial ministers and all that, they have not gone farewell in Abuja whenever he wants to depart the country. That's what Wale does every day to go and bid Tinubu farewell. He joined other governors or even enter plane to go and wait for him where he will land. When does he have time to manage or think about our economy, if that is what he's doing?
All right. Can give us just in about 3-4 minutes? Give us your views on El Rufai's trip to the east and the experiences there, and Gbadebo Rose-Vivo leaving the Labour Party to join the ADC. So just give us a very short flavor on that, and then we go to Zeta and then Joel of Nashville. Ekene.
Well, the issue is that ADC now, I think is now the adopted party for the opposition. And every opposition is working very hard to align with it, even in this Lagos state, even in our constituency, everywhere. So I know the reason why he decamp. Labour Party is no more viable for any candidate that wants to run 2027 election. Even Peter Obi himself supported the ADC candidate in the last election that happened. And the guy did very well, even though the woman did very well, even though she didn't win. So, but the point is this: ADC.
Which party is going to present Peter Obi in 2027?
I don't know, but that will not say that Peter Obi doesn't know where he will run. You understand? Because he cannot be doing all these things in vain.
Because Labour Party is no longer viable, like you said. Even Abrabambi came out and said they don't want him in the party anymore. So Labour Party is no longer viable.
It's not wanting Peter Obi. Labour Party is no longer viable. It's not even wanting Peter Obi. It's not even whether they want Peter Obi or not. Present.
Who do you think will get the ticket for ADC?
Well, that I cannot tell. Honestly, one man.
But you have an opinion now. You know who is going to get the ticket now.
I know that ADC, for my own opinion, or the way I'm seeing it, is an Atiku party or whatever. But how they are going to do it, I don't know.
You know why I'm leading you into that conversation. There's a lot of people are permutating that Peter Obi might not even be on the ballot in 2027, not for reasons of not wanting to run, but reasons of not having a party to present him. Labour Party doesn't want him, and even if they want him, the party is just a shell now. It's just destroyed. So there's nothing in the Labour Party.
I wouldn't want him to run.
And he's not going to get the ADC. He's not going to get the PDP.
If Obi happens to be my father, my biological father, I will not allow him to run. I will just want him to continue doing the things he's doing the way he's doing it until he gets tired.
Yeah, but what's the profit in that?
It has a lot of profit.
If the prospects of him being president is no longer open, I think you'll see Peter Obi fade away.
If Nigeria wants him, they will call for him.
You know what Peter Obi is doing? You know it takes a lot of energy, what he's doing. And the only thing that's pushing him is the prospect of becoming president. Do you think he's able to expend that level of energy in perpetuity? He can't now.
It's possible.
If 2027 doesn't open, Peter Obi will fade away.
It's possible. No, Peter Obi can go beyond 2027. Not even whether he's the president or not. But I still see him relevant in Nigerian politics beyond 2027. Because he will still lay out. Because the issue is this: it doesn't matter if Namibia or if Nobina my papa, I will not allow him to run. Because the system, the way I'm seeing it, what I've seen within the past few years in our politics, it will be very, very difficult for this man to win an election. Let me just be very sincere. Not even in Tinubu government. I think Buhari is a Democrat, honestly speaking. Buhari is a Democrat. But not in this government. This government is far more than what you can mention to be a Democrat. They are very, very below. So you cannot even say that this government, if you want to measure it, you measure it with Abacha, authoritative government and all that. You do what they want, or you get away, or they sanction you. That's how I see it. And it's very difficult to fight them because they have the money, they have the police, they have the army, and they have the navy and everything. And everything is under their control. So the best time that Obi had to run was in that 2022-2023 election, because I think he would have fight, no matter how people are going to label it that it is because he's an Igbo man. I think he would have put off more fight in that 2023 election, but he easily. and he cannot fight in this government. So one man, whether he runs or not, I will just be looking. I will just sit down and look. Any option that the ADC brought out in 2027, I will decide to follow or to relax. But the only thing I know is that the only person I am supporting is Peter Obi. Until I see, and I don't believe that if Obi is not the president, there will not be any other candidate better than him in the nearest future. So if it happens that he was not able to make it before his time will be up, we'll still find another option. But if what is happening in Nigeria today, if I tell you there is hope, I'm lying to you. There is no hope for the common man. That is it.
All right, excellently put by Ekene. It always lands on a gloomy note, but that's Ekene, of course. We're going from Ekene to Zita, who is also with us. So Zita, floor is yours. Free flow to the conversation as you will. We're talking about Rose Vivo changing party, which surprises no one because there's somewhat of a predictability there. The Labour Party, the Labour Union, arguing that 70,000 naira is a living wage, and they're looking to renegotiate with the government. Complaints about Tinubu's travels abroad. 15 foreign trips so far this year, according to the people counting it, and they are asking us then they're asking him rather what's the outtake of all of this. Joe Igbokwe comes out to mock Sowore, who forever is on a protest or a demonstration, and we're asking what exactly has been the benefit of that. The forest guards, they are taking shape, and it looks as though now the recruitment of 50,000 initial personnel into that space to tackle that Fulani banditry in the forest once and for all. Natasha Akpoti, she's back in parliament as soon as plenary reopens. So her suspension would have expired by then. So the question is, should they extend her suspension to prevent her, or should she go there and be a bit more contrite and she's not really there to rebel rouse, just there to represent her people? And El Rufai, of course, taking the East by storm, but then the East rejecting him. So those spaces, Zita.
One man. How did Rufai take it East by storm?
Did you not see him in some church telling them about morals and good? Imagine somebody. Nigeria is a comedy skit. Imagine El Rufai in some diocese, the one that was slaughtering the Christians in Kaduna barely 3 years ago, now in a church telling them about morality and godliness.
Which church did he go to? Catholic?
Yeah, but they said some diocese. I think it's an Anglican church somewhere. He was sitting on a pew with the rest of, it was,
It
just
must be Anglican.
standing.
It won't be
Yeah.
Catholic.
I think it was an
Catholic won't let it
Anglican.
sit there.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's making his share. They said they will shock you people. He said what is coming is too big for Tinubu and APC to withstand. So no, well, that's part of it now. Or don't you think so?
But the people of the East, especially the women, they sent him packing, and they want Peter Obi never to bring him back again.
Is it Peter Obi that took him there?
Well, Peter Obi joined him there now to hold his hand. So it was somewhat that brother ADC, whatever it is they're doing.
Oh man, you can just concussion something and say.
No, Obi invited him though. Obi was the one that invited him.
So he held his hand and raised his hand in the church.
No, Obi invited him. Obi invited him to the occasion.
No. You're not understanding why I said one man concussion something. Did Obi hold?
Well, they hugged now, and like I said, it knocked him through. That probably more the better phrase.
Anyway, so that is the ADC now established, right?
Not according to the women in the East, though. Let me show you the response they gave him.
Okay, this morning we are at Asanta Cathedral, where we are, Imo people have converged in their numbers to reject the totality, Nasiru El-Rufai's presence, and caution Mr. Peter Obi for consistently trying to deceive Imo people, and that they are no longer going to be part of it. Right here is Asanta Cathedral.
So they told him to get lost.
Anyway, one man, elections are not being calculated that way. Okay, as I said before, it's still a long way to go. I just pray that they are cooking up something very good. But I don't see anything good they are cooking. But I just pray. Because if it's all these things they are doing, they want to use to knock off Tinubu, then he will run them over. As I said before, you see, they will be like Okada man that is being jammed by a trailer. Honestly, if they want to remove Tinubu from office, it's not this thing they're doing. I just hope they have something on the ground they're planning. Because when you're dealing with somebody who doesn't speak much, do more of underground work, you have to be extremely careful. You have to be very careful. Those people are, even Tambo Wild is saying that Tinubu is destroying opposition. I don't even understand what he meant by that. He's destroying. How many of them has he put into jail? They don't know what it means to destroy opposition. Don't do you put one crime on your head, don't be inside jail. That's what is happening all over the world. He's not doing that. So how is he destroying them? I don't understand. But I leave the one man, leave that ADCO. So what is the next topic? Rose Vivo is now in ADC. Abby?
Yes, it's marks of desperation, doesn't it? All this, you know. Although you can see why he would leave the Labour Party, because you know they just it's reverting back to what it was pre-Obi Labour Party. They just want to be some parochial little party, just collecting their little money, and you know they don't want the noise anymore. So he's left, but you know.
Let me ask you a question. I hope ADC or ABC, I hope they have room for expansion, because they told us that Labour Party have a rule that doesn't allow them for expansion. What do I mean by the expansion? Whereby some people will come to your party, join your party, and take it from where you people are and expand it. They said Labour Party don't have such. Their policy won't let somebody who is their candidate be the leader of the party. I hope they won't come out tomorrow to tell us that ADC is the same as Labour Party. Because for you to, I really want them to form a party. Honestly, I want to see what Peter Obi.
You mean move away from ADC and just from their own?
No. What I mean by
basket of deplorable party. Imagine that they go to INEC. We want to register a party basket of the deplorables.
No. What I mean by, okay, let me rephrase my statement. I really want to see what they can build out of that ADC. Because do you know why I'm saying that? All the names you guys are mentioning that are ADC, those people are joiners. They have always been joiners. They have never built anything from scratch. They always join something that is already made. Well, ADC is a party. Well, it is a party, registered party. It's not much of a party. I want to see what they can make out of it. They're not going to build from scratch, but I still want to see what they can make out of that ADC. Honestly, sincerely speaking, because those people, when it comes to leadership and building, those people are not that type.
Zeta, I don't think they want to make anything out of it. They just want to use it as a special purpose vehicle for 2027. After 2027, they will. After 2027, they will all leave.
I know, but within now and 2027, I want to see what they can make out of it to be able to use it judiciously. That's my argument. I want to see what they can make out of it so that they can use it judiciously. Remember, ADC have to have at least office in every city in Nigeria.
Even every local government area.
Forget the local government if they're too much for them to achieve. They should reduce the expectation. At least,
but they have to have a presence in every local government, especially for the election, because they have to have people monitor. You see, this is why people feel that the whole thing is a nonsense. They have to have at least 3 personnel in every polling booth, 774 local government areas.
I think we can afford that. Obi can afford that. They're very rich.
Yeah,
that
but
one is no problem.
but they didn't get rich by being stupid. Now, to expend, we're talking about that's a near $2 billion spend. So they have to convince themselves that they have a realistic chance of getting Tinubu out of power before they expend that money. And I don't think any of them, in the deeper recesses of their mind, believe that they can remove that guy from power. So who's going to go and burn $2 billion just on a folly?
One man. You see, I repeat myself again. That they are not capable doesn't mean it is not possible. See, the problem they're having is 2. 1, what are they doing to remove Tinubu? That's just what you just said now. They know they're not doing anything, so they don't want to stake out their money. Number 2, who do they have that they think that can defeat Tinubu? That's the second problem they're having. Because all the people, Atiku and Obi, has been tested with Tinubu, and Tinubu run them over. This person, what is his name? What this former stupid drunkard? What's the former president? What's that his name?
Goodluck Jonathan.
Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan. Even when Tinubu was not in office, Tinubu kicked him out of office. So you see where their problem is. Bringing Jonathan back to contest with Tinubu is still not too sure. And apart from the individuals themselves not having somebody who can defeat Tinubu, what are they doing? What are they putting on ground, like plans to remove him? Because you can have a very good plan. Even if your candidate is not strong, it might go a long way. But those people don't have to. And I told you that these people are very stingy. Do you think Tinubu was 100% sure that he will kick out Jonathan when he opened his vote in 2014? He wasn't 100% sure. It's a game of politics. That's why they call it a game. He played the game and he won. So these people should play the game. And let's see if they will win. They should bring out their money, open their vote. All of them are very rich. More especially that one that is from Benue State, that crook. He should bring out his money. Thank God he's in ADC now. He should bring out his money. What's his name? The one that was...
Is it David West?
The one that was Senate president for how many years?
David West.
Yeah, whatever you people call that crook.
David Mark.
Oh, no, David Mark. David West was
eating the
40 minutes, hasn't he?
He has a lot of money. He should bring it out. Atiku should roll out his... All of them should open their vote. That's what makes a daring devil. They should dare Tinubu in every area, in personality, in their plan, and in their vote too.
But Tinubu will open the central bank now, so the Tinubu will open the central bank.
But what is his name? Jonathan, didn't Jonathan open central bank?
Yeah, but he didn't know how to use the content. But Tinubu knows how to use the content.
You are still going back to what I said. You are still going back to what I said.
So one man is about buying the election.
You don't have it. I asked you a simple question. Do you think, honestly, that Tinubu is 100% sure that he's going to kick Jonathan out?
Tinubu had more reasons to be confident that he will kick Jonathan out than these people have that they will kick him out.
Okay.
Jonathan was weak. You know, it was a sitting duck now. And Jonathan doesn't have the broadness of shoulders to take on that space now. And you could see it in his body language as well. So he signaled that he could be taken, and they took him.
Woman, you see this thing you people said, that's actually why I get angry with you people. Honestly, when I hear Nigerians say these words like Jonathan was weak, he doesn't have the clout, and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what you just did? You demeaning the conglomeration of crooks that gathered to kick Jonathan out.
There's a conglomeration of crooks that now as well now.
You undermine their abilities by saying Jonathan is weak. That is actually ridiculous.
No, hold on. Sorry, Zita, stay in that space. So you said there was this conglomerate of heavy hitters that gathered together to push Jonathan out.
Yeah.
But and so Jonathan being a standalone as the president, but that's the same thing still in play now. So all of the heavy hitters outside of government are all gathering to kick Tinubu out now. So it's the same scenario, but everybody knew Goodluck Jonathan was going to be kicked, but everybody is also confident that Tinubu will hold.
No,
because Tinubu is a strong personality and Jonathan is not.
No, you don't say Jonathan. I don't believe Jonathan. You don't. If you say Jonathan is weak, you undermine the ability of the people who kicked him out. Because if you say he's a weak person, anybody could have kicked him out. No. They put in effort, put in plan, opened their vaults. Jonathan was in charge of the central bank, police, army, everything. These people infiltrated everything, opened their money.
Hold on, Zita. If all of those things that you said was in play that forced Jonathan out, if he's in play now, do you think he can force Tinubu out?
Of course.
I doubt that very much.
Let me tell you why I say of course.
There are only two. Sorry, you carry on. There are only there are three strong personalities in Nigeria's politics over the last 2-3 cycles. They are Buhari, Tinubu, and Atiku. Buhari is gone.
I don't know why you call Atiku.
Well, Atiku is somewhat, but really, those two characters are Buhari and Tinubu. They're a different species from the rest of them. They are not for those two characters. They're not for the faint-hearted. Tinubu that came from nowhere to come and take the presidency, and then it's not possible. It'll be a real. And I think they know. That's why they're just playing at it. That's why they're playing at. They know they're not.
Idiots.
It would never let them have it.
No, one man, stop glorifying them. They're idiots. Listen, let me tell you. When you meet a strong situation, you imply a strong action. When you meet a very strong situation, you attack them with a very, very strong action. That's the way the world works. Their inability to form and stand and fight and remove Tinubu is not because Tinubu is irremovable. Trust me. It is because of their inability. They can't. Because they don't know how to. Period. So when you meet somebody like Tinubu, you know that has how to patch everywhere. You too will be following that question. As in the question go they open. But whereby you don't have the ability to do that, you don't even need to confront him in the first place. So in as much as I will not stand here and follow you and demean the actions of Tinubu and his conglomerates in 2014, 2015, I will not still stand here and tell you that Tinubu is irremovable. I'm not going to say that. But the problem they are having, or Tinubu to his advantage, is that people who are planning to remove him are idiots. And I don't even know why you call. When I say it, people don't like me, but I will say it anyway. Atiku has run an election as a president outside of a
Do you think people going against Tinubu, do you think they are naive or novice? Are they novices in politics?
Listen,
do they know how politics works?
When Tinubu meet a strong political bigwig, he go panic. He never meet.
And who is that personality that is that?
I never see for now.
The biggest bigwigs we have are the people in play now. Obi Atiku, and that's just it.
Look, woman, the people you are calling, I don't know why you call them bigwig.
Those are
tell you why they are not.
Right. And then tell me who is. Tell me why they are not, and then tell me who is.
Okay. Atiku rise in the wings of a big party. Atiku has contested outside of a big party, and nobody even knew that he contested an election. So why would you cause that kind of a person a big wig? That is one. Two, Atiku have not effected anything outside of a position. Like, you are not a president, you are not a vice president, not a governor. You say something and do something that will affect the whole country or affect some part of Nigeria. Atiku has not done that. He doesn't even have the power to do that. Then is it El-Rufai? El-Rufai, if I may say, forget that he's kangarooing himself going up, but I think El-Rufai is one of the politicians in Nigeria that is well hated. I don't even know why you call him a big wig. Because right from the time El-Rufai we started hearing about him when he was the, what is it called?
FTC minister.
FTC minister. He did a nice work, but he stepped on a lot of toes that up to today they've not forgiven him. Then he became governor through riding on the wings of the shenanigans going on in those days in a conglomerate of Tinubu and his conglomerates and Buhari. He became governor. What he did in Kaduna, if every average Nigerian, I must see this in a global platform here, what El-Rufai did in Kaduna, I think they should be throwing stones at him when he come out. But will they do that? No, they won't. Because elections and voting and electioneering most times is born out of emotion. If you hate somebody, you don't want to know another person that is even worse than him can be there. So that's why El-Rufai is still going around Nigeria talking gibberish and talking nonsense, and people are looking at him and some even applaud him. So I don't know why you say Rufai. Then let's go down to Obi. Obi lacked leadership skill in the first place. He doesn't know how to organize. People organize for him. Never was known, even when he was the governor of Anambra State. Come into limelight when they pick him as vice president to the Sematic. They failed woefully. Situations and circumstances made him popular again because I told you people, I mentioned 5 things. He ran on it. All those five situations went for him except him. Otherwise, at least he would have come second. But he couldn't come second. Because the problem was him, not even the situation. And once again, he ran in a smaller party. So Atiku running in a big party gave Atiku boost. Now, these are the 3 people you are talking about. You want me to go to Bala Muhammad and so forth and so forth. That being said, now you are asking me a question. You said, who can? I don't know. But let me say this. That doesn't mean there is not somebody somewhere who can defeat Tinubu. Obviously, yes, there is somebody somewhere who can defeat Tinubu.
Well, then you have to be able to name them if they have the
Hold on
prospect
now,
of.
let me finish. Yeah. After all, when Jonathan came a second term, when he finished his tenure with Yaradua and came a second term, on normal circumstances, nobody will believe that Jonathan will defeat Buhari, but he did. So it is what it is. But let me say this.
Can I interject?
Let me finish before I lose my thought. One man, there is an adage in Igbo land that said, I will always tell Nigerians to look at what happened in 2014, 2015. They don't listen to me, but you will still ask me this question over and over again. I am not saying Tinubu, I can never say that Tinubu is undefeatable. That is actually sacrilegious for me to say. And I cannot say, I don't know who can defeat him because the person has not come out. But I will tell you something that is very clear. If people in Nigeria that has money, can come up with somebody that has a very little, even if it's little potential, support him and carry a campaign against Tinubu, he will lose that election big time. Trust me. But the problem that having, according to Tambawa, that is running his mouth as if he has diarrhea, is that Tinubu is infiltrating their coalition, somehow trying to destabilize their coalition.
But it's true.
But that still shows weakness on their part.
It's not weakness, madam. It's not.
But that's politics now. Is that not politics?
No, but one man. That is not politics. Why are we making this whole thing? Hold on, please.
Undermining the opposition is not politics.
But no. You don't destroy parties. You don't weaken oppositions that way. Even here, they play that kind of politics. They don't play that kind of politics. You don't go to try to destroy. Hold on, please.
What did they do to Donald Trump?
You say they attack Donald Trump. They did not destroy. They attack Donald Trump. They do not attack the Republican Party. They did not go in there to put spanner in the works. That is not what they did. They attacked Trump. But what Tinubu is doing is systemic. You see it, and look, see, name it. If he walks and quacks like a dog, it's a dog. Let's not sugarcoat it like we don't know what is going on. All of a sudden, you have a PDP, LP, even ADC, the new one. You refuse to register new parties. What's your problem? Somebody was asking, oh, they should register a new party. Has INEC agreed to register any new parties? or you don't follow what is going on in Nigeria. So please, when we will come out here and we make all this recommendation. 2014. Please, let me at this point, please. They have your floor. 2014. We make all these people look like they are so important or they are geniuses. They are not geniuses. It is the event of the time. In 2015, why Jonathan lost 2015? It wasn't like he even lost like that. It wasn't, the margin wasn't that much. But he lost because it was the turn of the North. Many people thought that it was the turn of the North. And what happened? Tinubu capitalized on that. That was how they won. Buhari already has his own vote, his 30 million, 40 million votes from the northern and from the corners. So they already know it was coming. They already know he has that. But in this, he did something in the south. That was how he came back. So nothing made Tinubu a genius in this aspect. Not even in the last election.
Can I ask you a question? A simple question, and I want you to answer me honestly. Since you want to say that Tinubu has a wand that he's the one destroying coalition, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to answer me honestly, please. Do you think that in 2023, if Obi and Atiku would have run against Tinubu, they would have won him?
But they run against him now. You mean as a ticket?
As a ticket, yes.
I would say maybe not, and I will give you my reasons why. The reason why is that it was the turn of the South. So depending on who was on the ticket, Atiku will not agree to be Obi's VP. So if Atiku was going to, eat that humble pie, they would have beaten Tinubu blue-black in 2023.
Okay, let me rephrase the question again. Because you said something. Let me rephrase it. Do you think that if Wike, the 4 dancers or the 5 dancers, I don't even know how many there are, which is Wike and his conglomerate, if they were together in unison the way they were in 2019 against Buhari, and Peter Obi and Atiku went into that election as a ticket against Tinubu, do you think they would have won?
No. It was the turn of the South.
Okay.
That's the game.
Let me tell you this. There would have been every tendency, 65% tendency they would have won. If Obi, I will explain. Let me tell you why.
I thought you asked me a question. Go ahead.
I asked you, you said no. So I want to explain to you why I said to me, there is every chances they would have won. Why am I saying this? The idea of it is the storm of the South was the 5 dancers or the 4 dancers. They were the people that carried that campaign round the whole of the South and the Middle Belt. They were actually the people that brought it to limelight. Get angry about it, fight about it, say all manner of things about it. And then I said, if they were quiet and joined the team, and he said, remove South, remove North, bring APC and what Buhari has done, and campaign to Nigerians that this is what Buhari has done to you people. Look at what APC has done to you people. You don't need to put them again. Forget that they brought us out. There is every chances they would have won. Now let me say this. We are talking about Tinubu is not playing politics. I want to remind you that politics is a dirty game. It is not Tinubu that told P2B to run out of PDP, to go to divide PDP vote. Unless otherwise you people are telling us what we don't know. Unless you people are telling us that all those running around in Nigeria shouting obedient was propelled by Tinubu, then I will shut up my mouth. It wasn't Tinubu that said so. It was the miscalculation of PDP that handed Tinubu over that ticket. Check it now. As simple as ABC.
Can I just make a 1 minute or 2 minutes comment on what you just said? Now, this is the thing, right? The South will always be grateful to Obi for pulling it out of PDP. And I will tell you why. There was this sense of entitlement coming from the North. So it wasn't about what Wike preached, who were they. The Jackson 5 were just running around doing their thing. The core issue there was that most people wanted in the South, wanted power to go back to the South. And that is what happened. If Atiku had come out under PDP with Wike and the Jackson 5, they would have still lost.
And I am telling you that it is
they would have still lost.
Jackson 5 you called them.
So Obi moving out.
Listen carefully, you know, so now know they listen. It is the Jackson 5 that you called that brought it and make it as a point, a campaign point and a campaign view to Nigerians. But if you want to undermine their action, that's still okay. You guys know how to undermine things. If you want to undermine their action, that is still okay. But let me repeat it again. It is not Tinubu that told Obi to run out of PDP.
Obi did the right thing to leave PDP.
It's not Tinubu that created the Jackson 5. He just exploited the opportunity. That's a smart politician.
The opportunity came to him.
Arise, you hit, boom, collect them one time. And that's exactly what he did. And if you people don't take your time, he's going to do it again. And this time around, trust me, it's going to be a runover. Do you know why I'm saying this? I will be saying this. One man, I have said this severally in your platform. I have been pointing out loopholes on the shenanigan of people calling themselves coalited, collocation, coalition, ADC, PAC, LP, WV. I have been taking my time to point out the recklessness, their stupidity, and their dumbness. And people will argue left and right. Give me reasons. Some even tell me they're cooking up something at the back. Let me say this again. When the result will start rolling in, please, you people should not undermine and demean our institution. Because those people are not doing anything. So far, they are not doing anything. That is not how to remove somebody like Tinubu. The guy tight now. I give it to him. He's tight. That doesn't mean he's irremovable. No, but he's tight. You don't remove him like that. And stop saying that he's infiltrating you people and destroying your... What kind of dumb statement is that? He's a politician. You open door, you go wire. You raise leg, you go break. That's how they run. That's politics. That's why they call it a dirty game. You see what happened in the United States of all countries. They mocked the presidential candidate, hammer him left, right, took him to put millions of dollars on his head, 90, 100 and something, call him felony. Oh man, he was still campaigning. Instead, he was using it against them. And it worked. So these people, if they think Tinubu is doing anything, they should use it against them, against him. But do they have such brain? Now for their dream. One man, next topic, I beg. You don't sleep. Hello? Hello?
I can hear you. I think one man don't sleep.
Okay, you can continue now. I don't know what the next topic from. You can take it from there.
Okay, since you're here, let me just make this topic quick. Okay, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Been a minute. And to my fellow panelists, Agrito. I want to start by saying this. The situation we find ourselves in Nigeria today is a different one. We have someone in power that has a questionable past. And you can clearly see those gestures in the way the economy and the affairs of the country, including the political parties, are being managed. It is like a gang kind of a thing. You know, it's not about the people, it's about who is going to outwit each other, or how you're going to outwit the opposition. But this is the issue. When I go back and look at the history of how certain political parties or certain individuals emerged as presidents or winning parties, I look at the situation at that time. Like I said earlier on, it was easy for Buhari to win Jonathan because it was the son of the North. When it came to making making Buhari the president, something important happened. And that is what the people in ADC are not doing today. When CPC merged with AD, I think AD of Tinubu, either ACN, something happened. When they wanted to merge, they knew who the presidential candidate was going to be. They knew it was going to North. There was no dragging whether it is coming to South or going to North. No. They knew that the government, the presidential candidate was going to the North, and who were they going to pick as a candidate? The star boy, which was Buhari. In the ADC today, you don't have such consensus. And that is the bane of all these problems. Some of them say that they're trying to hide their card because of what Tinubu is doing. I can understand that too. But I believe that this is the turn of the South. Don't joke with it. If you are looking for something
that we defeat people now.
Oh, definitely. Zita, this is my point. If ADC came out and said our consensus candidate is the star boy from the South, because the power is zoned to the South, and our star boy is Peter Obi, forgetting who is nothing.
They will lose me. Trust me.
No. See, Madam Zita, look, in the last election, Obi won the last election. I said to people, Obi won the last election. The reason why Obi did not win the last election was the issue of structure. Yeah, the people were the structure. The people showed where how they could be the structure. However, you needed that little edge. That little edge was what Obi needed. They rigged him out. If not, and I still believe, Zita, that whether Obi wins 2027 or not, along the line, Obi will be given that presidency posthumously if he's no more alive. I believe it. Zita, look. It happened with MKO, right? It happened with MKO. We all laughed, right? Obi will be given that if Obi does not present itself in 2027, in our conscience, in our national conscience in future, he will be given that position posthumously.
Okay.
He was not here. However, if the ADC were prepared, as I thought they would, there is no need. Rotimi Amaechi, let's look at the candidates. Rotimi Amaechi has no political value. Even the last election that they had in his own state, what happened? Atiku, it is not the turn of the North. It's not the turn of the North. It is not your time. And you did the same nonsense in 2023. And now you're reading out your ugly head on this same issue. It's not possible. You have to take a back seat. The only star boy these guys have.
Can I come in? Joel?
Go ahead.
You see, when you people make these assumptions and say things like this, it becomes very ridiculous.
What assumption?
Are telling somebody who came second that won the next person behind him with almost 1 million votes to step aside.
Why won't he step aside?
Hold on. That the person who came third is a star boy. This your
Hold on.
Okay, continue.
See, Zita. It is not a question of how many votes that you can gather at this time from the North. It is not just your turn. Period. Let us think. And that's what I was trying to make you understand. That during the time of APC, that they did not need to move around to look for who their candidate was going to be. They said it was Buhari. And everybody, the machinery, party machinery, every message, everything they were doing was on point. Look, Zita, look. If Obi is given the ADC ticket, Obi is going to beat before 12 o'clock. That election is over. Forget with all this political might. Let me tell you something. Tinubu's main base, why do you think Tinubu is doing what he's doing in the South? Because he knows that his main base in the last election was the North. Over 50% of his vote came from the North.
Okay.
And he has mostly, as it stands today, he has mostly lost that goodwill from the North. So that is why Tinubu is boxing in the South.
You'll be shocked.
Hold on. Let me just land. Let me be shocked. He's boxing in the South. That is the reason why you see all this threat and all that going on in the South. But there's something Tinubu does not know. Presidential election is different. Presidential election is different. If the people of the South decide that they want to vote, they're going to still make their voice known.
Now, Tinubu, you
They're going to make their
tell
voice
me
heard.
doesn't know that presidential election is different to Joel. Now, what for you?
You see, I did not say that. I did not know. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. See, I'm not talking about how he feels about it. He's the candidate, so he's going to have more vested interest. I'm talking from the people's perspective. Madam, look, let me tell you, Madam Zita, give this thing to Obi. The funding and all these things will be done. They're not going to look for the funding. We did it in the last election.
Let me ask you a question before I leave. See, do you think election is only about the goodwill of the people?
No, it's not about only the goodwill, but the thing there is that if the people...
hold on.
Okay.
Goodwill. What else?
It could be the corruption that goes on within INEC.
No, forget
and
about
a lot of factors.
Those ones.
No, but that's the main thing. That's the only way they can win election.
Forget. Let's talk about election. The way election is. Forget about all those side talks of corruption.
Okay, if you want us to look, at it, let's talk at people that are in abroad, right? The message.
Election all over the world is corrupt. So wait, that's not what.
It's not all of them. I would say the percentage of corruption. Hold on now. The percentage of corruption.
Government. So forget it. Let me finish. I don't want to go into that. It's not the topic of today. Today we bring democracy. Then I can explain how corrupt democracy is. And it's even, not only that it's corrupt, it's extremely expensive. So that is not what we are discussing today. Apart from the goodwill of the people, elections are actually 60% of election is done on negotiation.
Madam, we know those ones now. We know those. We know those ones.
Obi and Atiku, they do not have the capacity and capability to negotiate for votes.
What are you saying? How did they get 2 billion?
Listen, let me tell you. They don't have the capability and capacity to negotiate for votes. So that is why the other person can even take vote from the people who have goodwill for them. That's how an election works. If you don't know how to negotiate, you might even lose most of your goodwill vote, period.
I get the part you're talking about, negotiation and goodwill. I don't know the correlation. But I know that if you are not really strong-footed in your decision making, especially when it comes to politics, you're going to lose some goodwill. I saw that with the Labour Party in the last election, and today the Labour Party have themselves to blame. The likes of Arabambi and Abure, they have themselves to blame. But
these two men you just mentioned, they were comfortable the way they are before you people carry your wahala come meet them.
No. There was nobody. They made money.
It means for somebody to be comfortable in his position.
It was a mutual agreement. It was a mutual agreement. They gained from us joining LP, and LP
you are good riddance to a bad rubbish.
No, it's not, because what happened was this. The idea was to make Labour Party the main opposition. But what happened? Abure could not manage. Hold on now. Yes, now what are you talking about? We have the numbers. The issue there is this: Abure and his gang could not manage success. They were so little-minded. They were looking at the crumbs they were getting to undermine the wishes of the people were ready to join Labour Party en masse. The people were ready. The problem was just simple. They weren't thinking. Little crumbs. Abure wanted to hold on to something that he never knew was going to be big. Arabi was there running his mouth with his badly dyed hair. So all this is what's going on. If it were you, Obi did not. You say Obi does not have the power of organization. Obi cannot be perfect in everything. But if you have a man like that,
okay,
that
let me
says,
kind of you like to make Obi this infallible God that doesn't exist. By the way,
let me land this one. I'm talking there. You can now come in now. Abba, please, Daddy, we're not gonna fight to. Let me land this one. Then we'll come in. You see, the issue there is this: Obi is not perfect, but the quality he has is what we need in Nigeria as it stands today. Because we don't have people thinking for us in the present government. You can imagine Tinubu talking about targets. Is he talking about target? Is he a bank? Is he a banker? What target are you talking about? How can I, as a father, talk about meeting up and targets when my kids are hungry? It's a badly run country. So the issue there is this: I am not talking about someone that has not done it before. I'm talking about someone that has done it before in a complex state like Anambra, and he did a perfect job. A perfect job. So I am not here to tell you that P2B is infallible.
Anambra is a complex state.
Yeah, Anambra is complex now. Anambra is more complex than Imo State. Okay, what do you do for Imo State? Anambra is more complex than Imo State. Come Anambra, make you learn now. You think it's a joke? Come to Anambra and do nonsense. Anambra is more complex. The most complex state in the southeast. Tell me which other state that is complex than Anambra State. Please let us leave all this. We like looking down on ourselves a lot. Go to Anambra and make noise now. Let people put you in your place. So what I'm just saying is just simple. What I'm just saying is just simple. So I just made my point. P2B is the right guy to do the job, and he will do the job. And we are hoping that he wins, because those who are there today don't know what they're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's quite clear you're one of those people that believe in micro zoning. But it's not. We've said it on this show. I've said it, but I know you don't have to listen to us. The perfect person for you to listen to, and I hope you did, was Kenneth Okonkwo. He said it himself so clearly and plainly for everybody to understand. He does not believe in what you believe in, and that's why it was quite clear on. I think it was channels.
Who's Kenneth Okonkwo? Please let us talk about. You are talking about. You are referring to Kenneth. Who's Kenneth Okonkwo? Please, please, Daddy, let it be the first and last. Please, Daddy. You are my good friend. Please, you are my good friend. I don't want us to dent it because of Kenneth Okonkwo. Please. You're talking about a caricature character. What are you talking about? Oh, baby, Kenneth Okonkwo.
I went to bat. Hold on, the same Kenneth Okonkwo, I heard it many times on a right television and other channels that went to war for P2B and defended P2B to the last core. That's Kenneth Okonkwo, right? So
yes,
and he said it himself. He said, "Look, contrary to what you're saying, he doesn't want the party, the ADC ticket to be anything."
Rufai supported APC and Tinubu. Where is he today? Please let us talk. We are talking about people here. You're talking about Kenneth Okonkwo. Leave that mother, that idiot. Look, let me tell you something. This is the thing. This is the thing. I believe in something. Look, when we talk about ideology, right? I'm a MAGA. It's not everything that Trump is doing today that I deem fit. But I know the goal. I know where we're headed. So I do not expect his decisions to be perfect. And I remain a Trumper. I have lost many things becoming a Trumper. I have lost many, even women. I don't care. So the issue there is this: Kenneth Okonkwo is just out there running his mouth like a fool.
No.
No. See.
Today can insult him, but
Prince Daddy, if you know where we are coming from in the South, and you cannot really appreciate the fact that power must remain in the South for us to curtail the entitlement from the corners, then it means that your history is a little bit fuzzy.
You know, when it comes to American politics, you and I will see eye to eye. But when it comes to Nigerian politics, you know, you flip flop. Not too long ago, Joel, you were like, you know, as long as anybody comes, including Atiku himself, comes by and wrestle power from Tinubu, you are going to support him. You're going to vote for him. You were quite clear not too long ago. Today,
yes, I did.
Okay, good. So
I
today,
did.
you still, okay, fine. Today, like, okay, now the power must remain in the South. But power to remain in the South, you want a preferential treatment for
Prince Daddy, context matters. In what context did I make that statement that day? And today's context is different. Today's context is different.
No, it was based on emotional response to after the defeat of the Labour Party by Tinubu. You guys didn't care.
No. No, when you say you guys, be specific. What did I say? When you want, if you want to say EJ, I agree. There was a day we were talking, and I said, look, because the hardship was too much on Nigerians, and I said at this point, who cares where the next president will come from? I made that statement. I also have the right to change my statement.
And I appreciate that. I'm glad you changed that.
You understand what I'm saying?
Hold on. Just like I changed his mind. But here's the thing, though. But see, this is the problem. Hold on. Allow me, please. This is the problem I have with maybe you, not you per se personally, but with Peter B followers. Why should a man be handed over the ticket of a main party without going through primaries to compete with the rest of the candidates? Why does it feel entitled? Why, Joel? Why do you think that?
No, it's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice. Listen, it's the sacrifice we all try to make for a better Nigeria. Why do we say so? Look at it this way, Prince. The reason why we wanted it to be that way, that handover, is so that Peter Obi cannot give us excuse for not performing. Peter Obi cannot give us excuse for having a godfather. We know all these things.
You
know what I'm saying? No.
You're cracking me up.
No. I am not cracking you up. No. This is the thing. Do not think that if Peter Obi gets into power that we are not going to castigate him. We are going to be the highest people to castigate him. That's the reason why we are trying to make the process that brings him into power.
He will not be in power.
Very, please. Don't worry, madam. We are not God. You were part of those that said that he was obedient. Were 4 people tweeting in a room in the last election. We all knew your aunties. We know where you belong. You're an APC agent. We know where you belong. You're an APC agent. I don't know if you're a paid member, like one man and Baba, but. I said you are an agent of APC.
No, hold on. There's something you said before that I am among those that said what?
You were among those that said that obedience were not going to make any impact in the last election. You were part of them.
Hold on.
No. Go and bring it back, because I remember you. I remember Woman. I remember Papa. I remember all of you.
Listen,
you understand what I'm saying? You guys are the ones that are in the Stockholm syndrome, and I don't have problem with that. But the thing is that for me that want to change the situation in Nigeria, you cannot stop us. You cannot stop us with rhetoric.
When you want to say what I say it exactly. Don't
You did not believe in us. You did not believe in us. Period.
From the one, what I said is that Obi will never win that presidency.
So leave us alone. Since you believe Obi will never win, then leave us alone. Let us do our thing the way. Why do you want to know what we are doing?
Listen,
why do you want to know what we are doing? If you have not given us any chance for survival, listen. You have not given us any chance for survival.
That's why tomorrow you will.
Oh yes, we love quarreling. Yes, we love quarreling.
You wouldn't listen.
Quarreling is better than fighting. So let me quarrel with you.
When you finish,
do not tell me. Listen, Zeta. Do not. I don't need your help in the next election.
I said that's what I said.
No, look. We don't need your help. We don't need your help in the next election. We don't need your advice in the next election. We don't need your prayers in the next election. All we need in the next election is for you to go and vote your candidate and pursue whatever you want to pursue. Leave us alone to do our own.
Listen to me. If I have a help, even in my dreams, I won't give it to Obi.
Who cares?
But if you want to say it,
you don't have any help. You don't have because you don't have anything.
Say it exactly the way I say it.
We do not care what you think. I do not look. You doubted obedience.
You know me.
You doubted obedience. And government doubted obedience. You lead out your own tribe.
Listen.
You know your own tribe every day. You don't even believe in yourself. So why should I have an argument with you?
Listen,
you don't believe in yourself. You don't know that. No, I'm telling you. No, I'm speaking to you, Tita, that you don't even have belief in yourself. You don't have belief in yourself. So it is up to you. You can have your own ego issue. That's no problem. But what we are telling you is that in the last election, we made 6 million votes and we shot people like naysayers like you. We shut you guys up.
Exactly the way I said it.
I don't have to say it the way you said it. I don't have to say it. I can paraphrase it. I don't have to say it the way you say it. Who are you? I should quote you. I can't quote you.
That I never used.
Oh, please.
Don't use a phrase I never used.
There's nothing like a phrase that you never use. I use the phrase. I use the phrase to qualify most of you.
I will do that.
I don't need you to repeat your phrases. It's of no use to me.
We double down and triple down and quadruple down.
If you want zippo down, don't you understand? I don't zippo down. I don't care. Don't you understand? I don't give a fuck if it's zippo down. What I'm saying is this. Keep your doubt to yourself. Leave us.
I said it. I will stand by it. I'm not gonna support him. Jump up, roam around. Turn your head, abuse me. I don't care. I will never support him. Period.
Let me tell you what is in your environment. You have not developed yourself. How can you develop Nigeria when you do not develop yourself? With all the resources you have not developed yourself because of this mentality you have. And every day you come here to talk about evil people. Shame on you. No, I'm very difficult to understand.
Hold on, Joa, hold on. Again,
shut it, please. Shut it.
Joel, don't you think Peter Obi will have a better mandate, a stronger mandate if he goes through the primaries and actually won?
It's okay. Please, Daddy. If he goes to the primaries, if he goes into the primaries and win, please, Madam Bamazita, let people who have said stop, please. Stop regurgitating. Stop regurgitating what we know. We know you.
And in the last election, I said
we don't care if you do. We don't care if you do.
I said he's going to win River State, and
it's okay. It's okay. He's not going to be president.
It's difficult to understand.
He's not going to be president. Then you shut up and just leave it that way. Why are you making it like a crime?
You are roaming around.
Leave me to talk, please. I mean, God.
I say
I don't walk around either. You're the one just making it about you. It's not about you.
To quote what I said last election, and I'm trying
to please. You doubted obedience. That's what I said. You doubted obedience, and we rock your boots. We rock your boots.
And I'm trying to put it very well for you. 3 things I said. One, I said I will never support him.
We don't care who you are. And you are inconsequential.
President.
It's a lie. You cannot say that. You don't about to talk about that. He will be the president. He will be the president. You cannot stop that. You are too small to stop Obi to be president. No, you said he can never be president. And I'm telling you that Obi can be president. You are too small. You are not God to determine who Obi is. When you got the 6 billion, who were you? Where were you? You're too little. I beg God, please stop making yourself important. Nobody listens to you. Who knows your name?
You are getting angry. Why are you getting
Nobody
angry?
knows your name. Come, please, go and sleep, please. Allow me to. I had the floor and I was talking, and you were here making it like.
Doesn't mean anything. So why
I don't need to end your support. I don't need your support. Please,
so why are you angry?
I don't need your support. I want you to talk. Let me say my own candidate. You say your own candidates. Why make it about you?
Why are you angry?
I am angry because you cannot show the full cup. Show the full cup and let me talk. Let me make my own case on your view. When it's your own time, you make your own. You just finish talking.
Why are you angry?
Allow me to talk. Shut the hell up.
Angry
because you have no career and cannot shut up. You are God. Allow me to talk. Just shut up. Let me talk. Please. God. It's not about you. I am talking to the Nigerians, not you. For those of you who doubted obedience in the last election, we did what we did. And we shut many of you up. And whether we like it or not, in the South today, the most popular candidate in the South today is Peter Obi. Whether you like it or not, this is not for you to decide. But we keep coming up saying these things all the time. So people will come and say, Obi can never be president. Obi, like you are God. Who are you? What have you achieved in your own life?
It shouldn't anger you if there are nobody.
No, it should anger me because sometimes when you say stuff like that, it makes me understand that you don't even know the value of the life you live. You don't know the value of the life you live. You don't know the value of the life you live. If you can say that somebody cannot be this, somebody cannot do this, it means that you have an elevated imagination of yourself. You are exaggerating what you can do or what you can say. I am angry at you not shutting up. Just shut up and let me talk. For crying out loud. Let us make some points. There are other points for me to talk about.
You see,
but if it's Obi, whether Obi's presidency, please, I'm going to move on. Obi's presidency, who wants to talk to you? You're not that cerebral. You're not cerebral enough. For those who tell
calm down. One quick question also. You didn't answer the last question. Do you think Peter Obi will only do 4 years, one term?
Because she will shut up.
Do you think Peter Obi will
will
do
not
1
shut
term?
up. Look at her, just making noise, just talking. She cannot talk. She cannot just make any point.
Support that man.
Don't support him. Don't support him. We don't need you. Who are you? I am not angry. I'm angry that you are not shutting up.
No, don't
Shut the hell up. Zita, let me talk.
When I say this, you are supposed to give me a little finger and shut the fuck up.
If you give me a space, I can stick it in. Just shut the hell up, please. Come on. Look, Prince Daddy. Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, what was your question again, so that we can just get away from this charade? We
are listening.
Okay. So my other question was don't you think if Peter Obi actually went through the primaries and won and became the president, he would have a stronger mandate to rule?
Exactly.
The second question is that do you think Peter Obi would do 1 term like he claimed he would?
Thank you very much. President, I made a statement about making Obi a consensus candidate. That was what happened with Buhari. So most times when we talk as if we've not seen it happen in the past. Like we're trying to reinvent. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. This is it's just something that is there. We've seen it. We have a past. Buhari was a consensus candidate for APC. And he still had the backing of the party. It had nothing to do with that. In fact, it saves you guys costs and make you guys more focused. Okay, you want to do a primary. Who are you doing the primary with? You're doing it with Amechi. Okay, Amechi is from the south. Then what's Atiku doing there? So if we are going to be part of the ADC, we have to be part of the ADC for the right reasons. For if Obi was the candidate in 2023 for PDP, I know that election, we would have won that election, because we are coming on from a very bad government of Buhari. So it's the same thing training Tinubu today. We went from Buhari, and the economy is so bad that people are calling on Buhari or trying to praise Buhari for his time. Then you know how bad it is today. So most elections, even here, if the economy, if your approval rating, today's Tinubu's approval rating should be in the tens. Who wins an election with an approval rating of 10? Or in a country where the economy is going the way it's going? Nobody will. If we are suffering from the result of a bad economy based on the fact that, okay, things are bad, and we know that things are bad, but we know that it is about the policy, the priorities of government. It's not right. So we are not suffering with those in government. The people are not suffering with them. Those in government are enjoying. And those down there, let me end this talk, please. Yeah. And those down there, they find out that they are suffering. So there is a disconnect, a huge disconnect between the poor and the rich, or even between the poor and the middle class. So nobody's going to win election under this. So we know where the focus is. The focus is that you know that if you go to the pool under a free and fair election, you cannot win this election. So what do you want to do? You want to start destabilizing parties, harassing people, sending out thugs. On election day, probably you want to unleash the army and the police, including vote buying like they did in Rivers State and in Anambra State.
Joel, but what you say just now is not true. Buhari was never a consensus candidate.
Okay, who contested with him?
Kwankwaso and Atiku Abubakar contested with him in the convention in Lagos.
Okay.
In fact, Kwankwaso was supposed to be the candidate of the APC, if not because of the Southwest bloc that Tinubu pulled to support Buhari in that convention. So it was not a consensus candidate.
Okay, I withdraw that, right? But let me tell you one thing about that election. Everybody knew that Buhari was the star boy. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Because Buhari was already controlling 13 states consistently. In 2 elections, he won consistently. So you cannot leave CPC. Who was the head of CPC? Let us not lie to ourselves. So I withdraw that statement saying that it was a consensus. But at the end of the day, we knew who was penned down. In fact, before the coalition took place, we knew who was going to be the candidate of APC. That is my point. It's the star boy from the south, from the north. That was Buhari, because he has shown consistency in 2 elections in 2 prior elections. His base was there, very loyal to him. So Tinubu knew that what he ought to do was bring in his Southwest bloc, fuse it with the north, and it's au revoir. And that's what happened. What I am saying is this: that in the ADC, if they want to get it right, we don't have more choice in the south. We don't have much choice in the south.
So Joel, sorry, I know, and because I don't have too much time on this program, I just come into it, and I'm going to so the way you are thinking now. What stops Atiku Abubakar from taking the same way? Because he got more, in his own opinion, he got more vote than Obi in the last election, and he got even more in previous elections as well. If that is your own calculation, so what stops Atiku Abubakar from thinking the same way?
Because it is not the tone of the north. It's just that simple. My brother, see, let us manage this entitlement. Enough is enough. And it is based on that entitlement that made me say, instead of Atiku, before I said it, Prince Daddy will quote me. I said, man, based on the economy, anything can happen. But I found out that, look, it does not really matter. Whether you're from the north or from the south, if we still have the same system, we're still going to suffer these things. Unless we have a change of personnel. However,
are you guys hearing me?
We're going to maintain, please, let me we hear you. You understand what I'm saying?
I want to ask you. You know what? You know the question this guy said.
I'm asking the question. Let me answer this question. Let me answer this question. Then I'll answer it now. I don't want to make a break my thoughts. You understand what I'm saying, my brother? I don't know who asked that question. I don't know. Is it progressive or Midwest?
No, it was the progressive that asked the question.
Okay. The progressive. So the progressive. So you understand what I'm saying? The problem with Atiku candidacy is that if he's from the north, I don't care how popular you are in the north. In 2027, it's the turn of the south. Let us maintain this sharing formula for peace to reign in Nigeria. We cannot be. We can't take.
Look at the question Prince Daddy has. How do you show Obi will rule 1 tenor? Do you believe Obi will just?
I believe Obi will do 1 tenor, and I'll tell you why. I believe, Obi is someone that cares so much about his integrity. You know, it's something that most politicians don't have in Nigeria. People that cares about their integrity. Obi cares about his integrity more than money. So I believe him. And one other thing is this. I believe that if you can destroy in 2 years, you can also rebuild or show some sign of rebuilding in 2 years. Or set the path to success in 2 years.
That integrity now, if we question it, would you not have a reason as to why certain decision was made? Because the problem we have in Nigeria, just like you criticize everybody, if we was to bring back Obi's record and say, oh, when he was in Abga, he said he was not going to leave Abga and he left. But you're going to give us reasons why he left. But when that time comes, there will also be reasons and excuse why he should do second time. You know.
No. You know, and I'm happy. I'm happy that, you know, the reference, whenever people want to make reference about Obi, I have not had anybody say, oh, because he stole money here or he stole money here. It's always about all these. He said he was going to leave Abga. He said he was going to stay in Abga. He did not want to leave Abga. Look, my brother.
No, we're not talking about corruption now. We're not talking about corruption. You're the one that's talking about integrity.
It's all encompassing. That's what I'm saying. Like now, but let me just say this. Abga. How many state elections do you think Abga have won in the past? Only one state. They won one under Imo State, and I think under Rochas. I don't know. One of them used it in one and went back. One state since Ojukwu. And you say it's the Igbo party, right? So the question then was this: if you have ambition to be the president, are you going to run it under Abga? That is the common sense. Even Odumegwu Ojukwu would have sanctioned his movement out of Abga. Nobody.
But then why did he need to make that statement that he wasn't going to leave Abga?
Probably he did not have the intention of running for any presidency. But when he found out that he wanted to go for presidency, Obi didn't just leave Abga. When Obi wanted to leave Abga, he explained it to us. We understood.
So is that not the same excuse? Is that not the excuses I'm talking about now, that you guys are going to excuse it?
No, because this is the issue, right? When it comes to the 4 years, it's sacrosanct. You are not talking about moving from one party to the other. You are talking about giving way for another region to take over. These are two different things. I told you the core reason why Jonathan lost that election was because it was seen, or it was perceived that it was the turn of the North. Why Atiku lost in the last in the last election was because it was not the turn of the North. I still believe that.
Joy, I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that there's a strong sense of distrust between, I can't even use the South, Igbo and the Northerners? Do you believe it?
No.
There's no trust.
No. The people fueling the trust are the Yoruba Ronus, not Yorubas. I'm very specific. The Yoruba Ronus are the ones fueling it. My brother, the two actors that engaged in the war, right? There are over 3 million Easterners living in the North. If we have not healed to a great extent, we cannot live together. There's a whole lot of Northerners living in the North. I am not talking about these ones in the bandits or in the bush. I am talking people doing their legitimate business. So let us forget all these things that we are doing. The only people bringing up this is the Yoruba rules. They are the one always teach it. Oh, the Yoruba. In the last election.
You know why I asked you. Wait, my brother. You know why I asked you that question? Okay.
Well,
now let's look at this, our country very well. Let us be honest. Do you think that the Northerners will in any way engage in a political rally that we make them to be out of power for 16 years? For example, you make Obi a president today, including 4 years of Tinubu, then everything will be 16. Do you think Northerners, with the way they love power,
will be 12 years. Will be 12 years.
We settle with any candidate that will project that kind of tenure before them?
Yes. And just a point of correction, it's not 16 years, it's 12 years. Even if Obi decide to do 8 years, it's going to be 12 years at the end of the day. Good. Okay. But this is the thing. Okay. Yes. No problem. I do.
Yeah, but you can mute yourself now.
I can mute how?
No. I mean the car, is it the indicator sign that was making pum there?
Oh no. I fixed it already. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I know it can be irritating. Sorry. So my brother, this is the thing, right? They can. Because the thing there is this, right? And my brother, let's look at it this way. What do you have to lose? Nigeria is still more 1 year old. We have tried military. We have voted tribe. We have voted religion. It didn't get us nowhere. And the reason why these things are happening is because when we look at the way Nigeria is structured today, we know that the president has a lot of work to do, or has a lot to do with it. Whatever thing we are going through in Nigeria today, because we have to talk about the constitution. If Tinubu wants to change the constitution today, he will be able to change it. He has the people in the Senate and the House that can change the constitution, but he will not do it because the power, that's not his priority.
Okay. The progressive. Sorry for your jumping in. Good morning, one more. Very unusual to find you online at this time. I hope you're.
No, one man don't sleep. One man is asleep. Oh.
I think is somewhat there anyway. And good morning, everybody, and good day, and whatever time zone you are in. So the progressive. I just want to ask. Sorry, I said the progressive. No. Sorry, Jewel of Nashville. How are you, sir? I just want to pose a few questions to you. You mentioned earlier, just now, that we've voted. We've had military. We've voted religion. We've voted tribe. When you've made a statement earlier to say that Obi's character is flawless and is without blemish. So there's only two questions I want to ask you. Number one, what is Obi's? Because I've not really read anything in his campaign. Or what they call this thing now? His campaign program.
Manifesto.
His manifesto. okay, that will suggest what his plans are if ever he becomes president. And you mentioned something about, and then the other thing is, if we vote to be, would we be voting Jesus Christ? That's the second question. So I want you to enunciate what is in his manifesto that would be of particular interest to Nigeria. And I want you to tie that into this constitution matter you've spoken about. That Tinubu has not changed the constitution. So I want you to tell us what exactly in the constitution is so offending that you would like it to be changed.
I can never support that man. Period. Bye-bye.
Please, so I would like you to tell us what is in the constitution that you would like to be changed by Peter Obi. What is most important in the constitution that's expedient, that needs to be changed? So thank you very much. Can you just let us know? I want you to be specific, please.
Okay. I am in the present constitution.
I want you to answer. I want you to expand on your canonization of Obi first. So, if we vote Obi, would we be voting
which one do you want me to start with first?
I would like you to just put that to bed first. That'll be quick, I think. So, are you it's a yes or no answer? If we vote Obi, would we be voting in Jesus Christ?
No, you're not voting in Jesus Christ. But you're voting in someone that has something that we lack in our political life, and that's integrity. We lack. We have a dearth of such people. So that's the reason why. And I am not telling you somebody that has not done it before. Nobody sees money. No thief sees money and does not steal. Unless he knows that there is maybe some trap attached to it. Even when they know there's a trap attached to it, they will be like, I'll still steal it and go to court. Let's go to court. So sometimes, he has said many things, and those things is like, maybe it's becoming like a cliche. And people say, oh, it's common, it's common. He just said, no, it's not common. Even in today's Nigeria, where the monthly allocations to governors have increased, watch and see. Some states are still not paying 70,000. So we have to look at where our problem is coming from. So on that part, I will tell you, we are not voting in Jesus Christ, but Obi has something that we do not have in our political life, and that is that integrity, caring for the people. A man that
demonstrated that. And did he demonstrate that?
Sorry, so what is wrong with Atiku's integrity?
Look, you see, I don't have problem with Atiku. Remember, I voted for him in 2019. I campaigned for Atiku in 2019. My problem with Atiku is this: it's not his time. I've made that point in the past.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with his integrity.
I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with when it comes to Atiku, we can talk about his integrity. I mean, we can go back to what happened during the privatization. No, I have a dossier on Atiku. All I'm just saying is just this, right? For those trying to bring in Atiku into the conversation, this is not the time of the North.
No. Ojuwe, my question, there's a reason why I ask that question. It's not because because when you talk about integrity, Obi's integrity, because I've also seen Obi that calls Atiku Abubakar all sort of name, thief and everything. So if Obi has this high level of integrity and decided to then associate with Atiku Abubakar by quote unquote running on the same ticket with him, does that not question his own integrity as a person as well? I understand that you say you don't have problem with Atiku Abubakar.
It doesn't, and I'll tell you why.
It doesn't question his own integrity.
It doesn't.
Okay.
In the murky waters of politics, nothing is clean. In the murky water of politics, nothing is clean.
So then, what then give you that? That right to the question other people's integrity in that case?
No. Get where. Let me head.
So you're going to question Tinubu's integrity, right?
Oh no, Tinubu is a druggie. We have his record here in the United States. So we know Tinubu's past. We know his past. Let's not go. We know if one of I live in Lagos State, so I can tell you some stuff too. Let's leave Tinubu's side apart. I'm not talking about Tinubu. My point here is just simple. In the murky waters of politics, most things are dirty. And if you want to clean something up, you may have to stoop to conquer. When you look at the Nigerian situation, if you say, oh, no, I'm going to work with saints, I mean, no human is a saint. But if you're looking for saints, then probably you may wait till you die for you to meet those saints. So you must work with what you have and when it comes to your own position, when you get into position, then you can show people what governance is all about. And that is what
if I get you right, Mr. John of Nashville, sorry for jumping in. I think what you have just told us is that Obi is Jesus Christ. Atiku is a fallen angel that can be redeemed. But Tinubu is the devil himself. Is that I guess that is how you like to put it.
We have rewarded for Tinubu's past. I think we have over-rewarded him. Tinubu should be in prison, or he should be somewhere, in his house, enjoying whatever thing he has done in his past. Amongst the three, Tinubu has the worst past. And we might want to cover it. We might want to marinate over it. But definitely, you and I know. I don't know if you're from the Southwest.
So what do you say?
I don't know. I don't think
where I'm from is indifferent to this conversation.
Leave the matter. I know what I'm talking. I'm not trying to make it tribal.
I want to finish with this.
Let me just learn this thing. Let me learn this one you asked me now.
Sorry.
You ask me another one. Tinubu is not the best candidate from the Southwest. I mean, if I'm even counting first 30, Tinubu should not be amongst them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but what parameters are you using to judge this? What parameters are you using? If we say integrity, you say, oh no, not you don't. It's not Jesus Christ.
Tinubu has no integrity. Tinubu has no integrity.
Okay, so what parameters
I remember when I was campaigning for Funsho Williams until he was killed. Who killed Funsho? Nachi. If you put a Nibu, you sabi. My brother, we have done these things in the past.
Yeah, so I know what parameters.
Joel,
what parameters are you using to come up with this your own judgment of integrity and who is not the best to govern, who is not the best to govern in the Southwest?
They are past.
So what about listen, on this platform, you guys told us, right? Trump is not the better person. It's not the Jesus Christ, not this, but is the one that's going to govern better. So when it comes to Nigeria now, we're not using governance as a way or administrator capacity.
We are not seeing the governance. We are not seeing the governance. We have given the drug. Listen. We are giving the former drug lord the opportunity to lead, but we're not seeing governance. So we don't take up for anywhere.
Progressive, can you please join me? Progressive, can you join me in asking John of Nashville to expand on the constitutional matters that are so expedient that I think will be
listen. First of all, before Aro, before you talk about constitutional matters,
Joel, 1 second. You and I know that the constitution is overhauling.
Listen,
I don't know. I don't need to tell you this.
Hold on, 1 second. Before you talk about constitutional matters, right? You need to first of all ask yourself, when people go to run for election, what are the ideas of these people in terms of ideology? What do they believe? What do they stand for in terms of governance structure, right? So you have somebody who've told you over the years, talked about student loan. Somebody who told you about a microcredit, a credit scheme for people to have mortgage credit, car finances, and everything. These people have these ideas, believe over the years. They understand that in their own ways, you might agree or you might disagree, but they believe in something. They stood for something. They understand that in their own ways, this is how they should govern the nation, or this is how you should drive the country into a different direction. That is what Tinubu believed right from a long time ago. So I'm asking you now, When you
There's
want to
nothing
vote
wrong.
for somebody, hold on 1 second. When you want to vote for somebody, shouldn't that person stand for something?
Okay, I'll answer that question. Tinubu, I lived under Tinubu 8 years. My ex-girlfriend would tell me, whatever thing you can do in a large amounts, you can also do in little. Where was the microcredit in Lagos State? How successful was it? Most of these things Tinubu is doing today, yeah, taxes, yeah, it was successful in Lagos State. What was the quality of lives of Lagosians under Tinubu? With all the taxation, what was the quality of life? That is my point. So I am not judging any of them based on what they tell me they were going to do. What they're going to do is just projections. I am judging you based on what you've done. And among these three, Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, the only person that had told me that, oh, that I helped companies, I helped build companies, I attracted companies, I cared for the people, and all of this was Peter Obi. You must give him his credit. You cannot take it from him.
Joel, do you have a mirror anywhere near around you at this moment in time?
Forget the mirror. I'm just telling you.
I want you to repeat that while looking at yourself in the mirror. I really want you to do it.
No. If you ask me, I can tell you. No. See, my brother, it's not a laughing matter, right? It's not a laughing matter. I can tell you about 10 companies will be help, spring up.
Yeah, please. Can you tell us the 10 companies? Can you tell us the 10 companies, please?
I can. Hold on. Kutis.
You will tell today, by God's grace. You will tell us.
Oh my God! Let me talk now. This Innocent you are talking about, the biggest one is Innocent. Leostan Eke, the Xenos computer.
No,
the one he made
hold on. The Innocent belongs to Obi, or what are you saying? Please clarify.
Oh my goodness! I said that the business that he helped propelled.
How?
The businesses that were there.
In what capacity? Please tell us.
Okay, let me use Innocent for instance. Innocent has been there, right? Doing their little thing, but no much order.
Joey, please name the 10 first. Name the 10 first, please. Forget about just name the 10 first, please.
See, it's even more than 10.
Yeah, just name 10.
Let me hold on. I'm not going to go about naming 10, but even if I give you 10, you're not going to believe it. But I'm going to give you.
It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. You name 10 first.
Please,
you name 10.
Listen, please. Listen. Innocent. I'm giving you Innocent. And Innocent is standing today.
Yeah, that's one.
I've given you Kutis, right?
That's two.
And some of the things that he did for them, for instance,
do it 10. Name 10 first. Forget what he did for them. Just name the 10.
My brother, hold on. I think I have it somewhere. Hold on, because I have the list somewhere. So I don't carry all these things in my head.
I'll help you. I'll help you with one. The brewery.
No, you're talking about breweries. I know the breweries was an investment he brought into Anambra State.
So that's
I'm talking about businesses. I was talking about businesses that was existing.
No, I'm adding the brewery for you now. That's 3. I count that one 3. So 7 to go.
I cannot, my brother. I'm still looking for the list. I used to have it in my phone, but I have to go down.
Guys, I'll talk to you. I'll see you guys later, man. I'm going.
Go now. What you there they do? Go. You see this one, like you're important. Let me say what I want to say, please. You are coming here to ask me how many companies. I've told you it is more than 10. I don't have the names in my offhand, but you cannot come here and say I should name it. And if I don't name it, say you want to go. Now please go and sleep. Nonsense. But anyway, President, are you here?
I
We are
did here for a
hearing you.
few minutes. I
We
did.
are hearing you.
Good,
Who's
good,
to
good,
go and
good.
sleep, Joel? You said something to go and sleep.
One guy will come here, tell me, say, make I name all the companies where Obi help. Like, I
You never
should
name
go
her.
back 40
You have not
years.
named it now, but you said you can name 10, so that's why we are just
No, no, no.
focusing on
I said that because I had the list, right? So what I was trying to do was this, because I had like a picture of it. So I was trying to go through my phone to get to it. But that was, these things we did like in prior to 2023 election. I've had many photos. So I was like, why should I even do all these things? You should Google it. He's going to find it. But the thing there is this, right? A lot of businesses were empowered under Obi. The aspect of consumption to production, he actually practiced it while in Anambra State. Caring for the people, he did that as a governor. Savings for the people, he did that as a governor. And I believe, and just like many people also believe, if P2B had one dent, if he had one dent, APC would have blown it out of proportion. But what I keep hearing, P2B say he's going to leave ABGA. He left ABGA. He said he's not going to leave and all that. He gave the man his flowers. And I think that's all I can say. But P2B, for those of them, I remember one of them here that came, that came here to say, P2B can never be president. I can never vote P2B. And I'm asking, thank God we are discussing P2B here. Who are you? Who are you? You've not achieved anything here.
Hold on.
I suspect the person is a citizen that has a civic right to vote.
Because I know that she's listening. That's why I'm making my statement.
But she's a citizen.
She's a dumb broad. No, that's
frankly.
Does he not have a right to vote for which
No. My brother, see, there's a statement you don't make. You can tell me that I cannot vote this person. You can tell me I don't want to vote this person, right? There's no problem with that. It's your civil. But if you tell me that this man can never be president, you are not God. You are stupid.
Hold on.
You're a hopeless human being.
Let me say one thing before
You're a hopeless human being. It means that you don't even value life. You don't even know the kind of life you're living. So I don't like engaging when you see someone that hates themselves. My brother, if you know where this woman comes from, that is what I was trying to tell her into her face. If you know where she comes from, that is where you have a Charlie Boy, the Oputas, and all that. Go to Uguta. Look, let me tell you, easily, Hawaii, easily. They have all the qualities. All the qualities. I saw that at the age of 13. How will she see it when she's still looking for who to hate and who to bring down? She cannot see it. She does not know the qualities. She does not know the advantages that comes with her environment. Go to Uguta. Please, Daddy, I implore you, anytime you go to Nigeria, go to Uguta. When you go to Uguta, if you have a good sense of
Joy, wait.
Nonsense.
Wait. Why is
I don't want to talk about it. Man.
Wait, why is it that when somebody talks, maybe he's not a supporter of OP, and the person have different view about OP, which is that person's right? You people always categorize that person like someone that want to bring somebody down. But when you talk against Tinubu, is a drop baron, are you not bringing him down as well?
Tinubu is the president. Zita is nobody. Zita is nobody.
No. Zita is not talking. Wait. Zita
they are politicians.
What do you mean? Who is she now?
They are politicians.
I said, who is Zita?
No. The Tinubu and Obi are equally public individuals. They can be criticized equally.
Yes, now I know. But even you, the follower, because government does not only reside in those in power. Government also reside in you as a follower. So as a follower, there are certain statements you make as a follower. I know that you're a fool. You're a compound fool. You don't make, even as a human being, you don't make certain statements. That's my point. It does not matter. I'm not saying that you should be more supportive.
Well, you can be a decent individual. Please, let us keep the decency, please. Let's
no. I'm decent. No, but she's dirty, and I can be dirty. I am not one of those that will tell you that when they go low, I go high. No, I don't stay high. If you go low, I go low. If you go inside the if you go inside the gutter, I go 6 feet more. I don't care. I don't do all those kind of politics. I mean, people think because of Obi, we all have to be this. I know I'm not decent. I'm not Obi. I don't follow Obi because I follow Obi because of what the qualities he has. But the way I'm going to react to certain things, because it's painful. It's painful. It's painful. Just yesterday, I lost a friend on dialysis for 5 years. What happened to him? Medication. I had been on dialysis for 5 years. He died yesterday. So it's certain things, when you look at the system in Nigeria, it's deeper. And when we are talking about let's try and do things differently, somebody is looking at me and saying, okay, what do you have to lose?
Okay, so now let us now go back. Let's go back to let's
go back.
You have not finished. Let's finish. Let's go back. Let's center again on the conversation. Okay, the meat of the conversation.
Yeah, that's what. Let's talk. I don't want to talk about fools.
My condolences about your relation or your friend that.
No, it's a friend. It's okay. It's okay.
Once someone's a friend that is of value to you, they almost become like a relation according to our Nigerian parlance. So. Now, you said something about let's bring about a change. And I think I want to center it back on the question I asked you earlier about what is it in our constitution? What is it in the way we organize our nation? What is it in the way we operate and run the nation that you think an Obi presidency will come to change dramatically?
Okay.
It has to be of consequence. I would like you to be very specific and to be as detailed
specific.
As
okay. I won't like give so much detail, but I'm going to go at least 1 or 2 or 3 so you can see where I'm coming from. I believe that the security apparatus in Nigeria ought to be changed, and it starts with our constitution. But first, I believe that no matter how bad a constitution is, someone with integrity can still make the best out of it. Someone that loves the country can still make the best out of it. I do not believe that the constitution changes people. The people change the constitution, or change for the constitution, or try to exploit the constitution. So that is my thing about constitution. Now, in that constitution, in this particular one that we have today, first and foremost, the sharing formula. I don't feel comfortable with it. I believe that the federal government, the state government, and the local government should be separated. There should not be any joint account between the state and the governors. That is one. The security apparatus in Nigeria.
That's already concluded already, Mr. Joel.
Is
that's
it?
Concluded. That's already
no. It has not been concluded. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand.
Well, I'm telling you that's resolved. That is resolved, Mr. Joel. I don't know if you are aware that a Supreme Court judgment has already dictated that the local government, okay, and the states cannot maintain a joint account, and each local government is meant to have its own account and be responsible for its own budget.
In practice, it is not happening.
Sorry. So please, why do you think that the Osun state local government allocations are being withheld?
Good.
And why were they going to withhold?
It's because he's still in PDP. He's still in PDP. Go to Imo State. Are they still not managing the accounts of states?
No, there's not a single. In fact, it's not just Osun State, other states as well. There's not a single state, okay, where the local governments have failed to submit their accounts, okay, to the CBN, that the allocations are not being withheld, unless you're calling the current Attorney General of this federation a compound liar. I would like to do that.
I am telling you, my brother, this is what I'm trying to make you understand.
I don't want to make you understand this. I want this is a fact.
No. See. It has already. Look, see, my brother. With this thing you're talking about now, it has already been deliberated on. right?
No, sir.
Now,
It's
this
those states we
Supreme Court,
deliberated on. We know
this
that
the Supreme Court judgment you're talking about, when did it come about? When?
the Supreme Court judgment is more than a year old at this stage. It's more than, in
That is
fact,
what I'm telling you, that it is not happening. Ah, God.
How is it not happening?
It's not happening. One, this is hold on, please. How many states in Nigeria today have local governments?
Local government elections. Okay, as of what? It was only 3 weeks ago that the deadline was that every single state had to have, and in fact, sometimes what? It was 3 weeks ago that literally like more than 15 states had local government elections. So to the best of my knowledge, there's not a single state in Nigeria right now that has not held local government elections.
Good, but I'm still telling you. I am still telling you.
The last of them, just
I
last
know.
week or 2 weeks ago.
I know. I'm trying to see which other state have not done their local government election. Now, this is the thing, right? The constitution still says that the state and local government will still have a joint account. Now, this is what I'm trying to make you understand. It still happens till date. The state still controls the amount that goes to the local government.
Constitution does not. There's not a single, and that is why the Supreme Court judgment was required to interpret that constitution. Mr. Joe, the Constitution does not in any place say that the states and the local government shall have a joint account. No, the Constitution in fact vests the authority for the budgeting.
No.
In local government to be conducted by the local government chairman as elected by the people.
Yes, but the thing there is that there was a section of the Constitution
elected by the people. I have a copy of the Constitution in front of me, Mr. John. I can open it up. I have one on my phone, and there's not a single place where that is stated. And that is the reason. That is the reason why the Supreme Court judgment was required. Okay, to make clarification on that part of the Constitution, and that has been put to bed. That specific part, I think I can be certain of that, without any doubt, that there's not a single part of the Constitution that allows a state to withhold the funds of the local government and spend it on their behalf. No, the local government council will be elected. The local government council would have authority over everything, all aspects of government, both legislative and executive at the local government level. They will have their ward chairman, they will have their councillors, they'll have their chairman. So that is without doubt at this point in time in Nigeria.
So what you're saying now is that the state joint local government account has been abolished. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the Supreme Court judgment has put that to bed. Every local government has been asked to submit an account and to open an account at CBN, for which their allocations will be deposited. They will also then be actually able, to their councillors, their ward chairman, their ward representatives, and the chairman of local government, to actually perform as the Constitution expects them to do. I think this is without. I think we shouldn't go back. I think that is without doubt. We can claim that there are still some states where local government chairmen are still subservient to a governor, and they have some kind of arrangement. But the Constitution has put it to bed about their funds. They don't. No local government. So
okay, my brother. See here. I am not going to drag this issue for too long, right? Because I know that this judgment you were talking about was over a year ago, because I was thinking that it was like I was trying to ask you if the judgment was like 5 days ago or a week ago or 2 weeks ago or even a month ago. So since you say it's one year ago, I knew about that, but I still know that the state governments
Well, is it me or I don't know if I'm the one? Oh, I can't hear
It's
nobody.
not only you. It's not you. I think it's Joy. This guy that was talking. Network. I
Midwest,
hope mine
you
is
don't come out here. Midwest, there. I congratulate you. You get patience, so oh boy, you're a really patient man.
Yeah, because
I noticed you
I've been
didn't
with.
you didn't even come in at all.
No, I've been with these guys for a very long time. Sometimes the way they do their things, there's no need of going that back and front, because sometimes they can provoke somebody. You try to tell them the truth, and before you know, you generalize and see that. Look, the problem we have is this. I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but when people are trying to sell Obi, sometimes the way they even say the Obi self, I don't know whether they believe they are talking to fools, or those who were once supporting Obi, they don't have senses to really digest things on their own. You know, you cannot be praising one person, and when the other person try to talk of, points on certain things, so you start insulting them. It's very bad of them. And that is why most of these obedient that are now with Obi, they are just the IPOB terrorists. All this group frustrated people. And that's why the guy is, I don't think he will go anywhere. That's just the truth. The obedient people today, 80-90% are IPOB members. They don't have place to turn to. So they just feel those supporting Obi doesn't have common sense to see their behavior. So that's it. So we are, I know we are not in a good shape when I look at my country. Yeah, but who is next? Who should we trust? Whom are we going to support? Who do we believe that is going to do the difference? This Tinubu, when he was young in the politics of Nigeria, always talk about restructuring. I will restructure the country. I will make sure people have power. But at the end of the day, they are not restructuring anything. The central power is sweet, and the country is collapsing faster. But they don't see it.
But you don't think some of his reforms are a form of restructuring?
See, the problem we have, the kind of radical restructuring we need. It's just like
Mr. Midwest, you are far too experienced politically to suggest that it is possible to have a radical restructuring of that nature without having some form of consequential something catastrophic would need to happen for us to have such a radical restructuring, and such a radical restructuring is more likely to cause a form of conflict. I think the radical restructuring some of us talk about, which I would like as well, I think nothing short of a civil war would be required.
Nobody will fight. See, if the rightful person push for it, nobody will fight. I'm telling you. Whom are you going to fight? If Tinubu push for it radically now, who will fight? Whom are you going to fight? That's the question.
So let's even talk about this. Let's talk about this restructuring. Let us talk about this restructuring that we talk about, because I think sometimes in Nigeria, I get tired of us how we. What exactly are the? Let's talk about the elements of restructuring. Let's just take maybe three elements of restructuring. Because running government, yes, it is complex, but in itself as well, it is simple. In theory, it's simple. In practice, you can say it's complex. So let's even just let's attack. I think one of these days we need to start attacking the elements of restructuring that we need to address. I'm not talking about about all the things that are wrong in our country. I want us to address the elements of restructuring.
Yeah, the greatest restructuring we need. There's too much concentration of power at the central. So it's like the president controls everything, and the rest are just ceremonial. Even the governor, with the kind of constitutions we have, they pretend to be chief of security. I don't know what they call them in their own state. Whom are they controlling?
So one of the elements then is state police. So let's put state police. Let's mark state police down. So let us look at state police. So that's one element.
If you said we should have the state police, you should at least allow academicians, professionals who are really vast in terms of security, not politicians, to look at the benefit, look at the challenges, look at how we should mitigate those challenges and really enjoy the benefit. In our own case, everything we see boil to who we control, who we control who. That's all. not the benefit.
But we know that the state police, bill is actually before the legislature. So is it not possible that is some of the things they are doing, and they're still going to do a public? I know they are still going to have a public thing where the profession, the technicians.
The danger of our country is this: we have, I can say, we are more or less like different people. We have different ideology about governance. We have different religion, ethnicities, and different background of civilization. So putting us together, sometimes what is good in the South will become like a threat to the Northerners. And what the Northerners are trying to do will become, such for example, they tell, okay, we believe in Sharia law. And this law, I'm just giving you an example. This law will help us to reduce corruption. The Southerners are going to cry, no, this is just for religion. Then when you are saying you want to create state police, they will be looking at it. These people may really have chances and leverage to challenge the area or space where we have grabbed the power for so many years, area we have been controlling, area we feel we have possessed. You understand me? And this is their cry. You can see how complex it is. I can understand. But if the rightful person, is there to do it, it doesn't need to waste time.
So who is the rightful person? Let us then look at I'm not saying to call it. I'm not talking to talk about an individual. I want us to talk about the concept of who the rightful person is. What would that person look like
today? See, to be honestly speaking, my own conviction. I'm not speaking for everybody. The man that can do that is Tinubu, and nothing will happen. If Peter Obi venture what Tinubu is doing, you don't know how overnight they will slaughter their people in the north. Even when he's still the president, and there will be crisis everywhere. These people that behave like who cannot even reason, they can't sense anything. They don't know how to relate with people. They don't care about people's interest. I'm just telling you, anybody from Southeast can't do any dot to change anything in Nigeria. What is going on in Nigeria is not governance; it's just power struggle. So as a result of that, we are losing everything. The rightful person that can do it from the south. Tinubu, Wike, all those kind of people that have this kind of hot head that they don't care. You understand me? These are people that can do it. But the problem that Tinubu is having, I think he is also worried of, okay, if we do it now, we may lose. We in the Southwest, what is our interest here? That is just my belief. I don't see any other. He has the power to do what he wants to do. I don't know if using
the Constitution. Yeah, but but like I said, I don't want to fall into the trap that someone like Joel has fallen into. Joel has fallen into the trap of canonizing an individual. So I wouldn't want to fall into that trap. Let us even say, okay,